Hey, Bricka. Hey, Buttercup. Remus. Shelly. Apologies for being late. I was having issues with the computer. Fucking could not get Streamlabs to actually open properly. I ended up having to reboot my entire computer. It was very frustrating. Speaking of things I forgot to do, my vitamins. Supposed to take them after eating, so. And thank you everybody for the condolences last night. Did visit my mom. We ended up ordering out, had Felix for dinner. It was pretty late by the time I got home. She's doing okay. Although she does wish she could cry. Hi, Pause. Apparently she's actually like physically incapable of crying now. Not sure when that started, but at some point she lost the physical ability to cry. And she does wish she still had that ability. Otherwise, she's doing okay. Hey, Uncle Buck. No, she doesn't feel guilty about it. It's just like, you know, sometimes you just want a good cry, was basically what she was saying. Like, she's not going to feel guilty about, you know, a physical limitation like that. Anyway, we got Uncle Buck, Buttercup, Shelly, Brooka, Grimace, Paws, so we got a good chunk of people, so I'm gonna get back to it. What's going on, if you don't mind me asking? Like I said, my mom's brother. My uncle, my mom's brother, died on Thursday, so I went to visit her yesterday. And yeah, let's get into the game. I am late, so we'll get into it. Pretty decent chance that we might actually be able to finish it today. I think there's a very good chance that we finish today. I will try. Anyway, a new day dawns. Suppose deal with your personal affairs. We haven't finished this yet. One thing that can most certainly be said about GL is that their trade ministries keep excellent records. One thing that can most certainly be said about you is that you are able to sift through large amounts of data and find a relevant pattern or piece of data. And as such, all it takes is some well-placed letters to scribes and some time before you manage to uncover the answer you seek. One small shipment of various rare goods and sundries, including a batch of fresh paper and a small vial of tinterine, was ordered 16 months back by Lord Hine. Despite his high-ranking uncle and notable bloodline, Lord Hine has never managed to move up more than a minor post in the Foreign Affairs Ministry. He also has many eligible children he has so far failed to make any notable matches for, and a notoriously scheming wife. It seems you have found your culprit. One with such mundane motives, you are rather disappointed. If one is going to almost die, it should certainly be in the midst of a more interesting conspiracy than one of pure greed and ambition. Now all that is left to do is decide what you are going to do with this information. That reminds me, were there any... Wish I could see how much time we have, but... Smash the like button, thanks. There we go. You decide to... Oh, hey, this is back. So I've got 8 windows. There are 8 things I can do. You decide to wander about the great library, not in the mood for any particular book, but hoping something will catch your eye. And eventually, something does. An open notebook filled with tightly scrawled words, several crossed out and rewritten. You can't stop yourself from briefly getting a better look. A quick scan means a few familiar words and names catch your eye. But it's not until you find a reference to Lord Vane that you realize what you have stumbled upon. It is one of the Corval satires. When you overheard people talking about the satires, curiosity had led to skimming several of the most recent volumes, each one more ridiculous than the next. Usually be more ridiculous than the last? Each more ridiculous than the last? But this notebook, while in style, language, and form clearly indicates itself as one of the satires, is mentioning events that haven't happened in the published volumes. It seems you have discovered the most recent manuscript. Which means that the author of the satires is on the Isle. Tisk tisk, didn't your mother teach you not to look at things that don't belong to you? I'd like my notebook now, please. Notebook back now, if you please. So you are the author of these lovely little books? Perhaps. Are you too ashamed to be my friend now that you know my satirical secret? You look down at the open notebook in front of you and study it for a moment. Between your knowledge of Zarad and the text in front of you, something clicks. You look back at Zarad with narrowed eyes. It's a code. The whole series is filled with codes. He breaks into delighted laughter. You, my dear, may be the first person I know of to figure that on their own. But why would you need to put a code into a series of ridiculous books? Unless what? I am prepared to be dazzled by your theory, Lady Nicole. The only one I can think of who would need that level of secret communication is a spy. Zarad flutters into a flourished bow. Not a spy, my dear. A prince among spies. Then with a deep chuckle, he snatches the notebook from you and thrusts it into his robes. I trust you will keep this between us. What else are friends for? With one last chuckle, Zarad quickly leaves the scene of the crime, leaving you with a load of new suspicions and no proof or confirmations. But if your guesses and his half-serious responses are to be believed, Zarad may in fact be the spy master of Corval. Hi, strawberries. Behind the book, uncovered Prince Zarad's secret occupation. You have only just barely managed to pull yourself out of bed and into some sort of order when there's an enthusiastic knock on your door. The door is thrown open and a smiling Anna stands in the doorway. My love, it is a morning most good now that I have seen your pretty smile. It is not time to be sleeping, it is time to be out in the way. Let us go walkings. I know we did not make plans, but I am stealing you for a few hours, yes? She holds out her hand invitingly. Come, my love, let us greet the day. With very little time to protest, you find yourself dragged outside into the bright sunlight and cool breeze of the early morning. You walk idly while Anna cheerfully monologues on nothing of import. Anna is normally a cheerful person. Her liveliness and energy is one of her charms. But today, there is something about her cheer that seems artificial and tense. PSW. Pass. No interest in that, strawberries. Anna, my love, you know that if anything is on your mind, you can always talk to me. She leans and steals a quick kiss. Thank you, love. But instead of taking you up on your offer, Anna just goes back to commenting on the scenery and telling you idle stories of her life back in Skult. And the longer she talks, the further you walk. I can't help but notice you keep taking us further and further away from the castle. Are we running away, perhaps? Anna scowls briefly. It is not running away. It is... She sighs and reluctantly changes her mind. Hi, Mike. It is running away. Now that my uncle is here, he is always talking at me. Talking. And the things he says, they are heavy words and I am weary of carrying them. So I came away where he could not talk. Where I could recharge by spending time with my love. Is it helping? Spending time with you always helps. But my mind is not any easier. Maybe if you told me about what was bothering you, the weight of the words would lessen? She sighs deeply. I am a warrior. It is what I know. It is what I am. But my uncle says that it is not the time for warriors. Not if we want the song of the Skult people to be long and remembered. He says I am not just a warrior, but a leader. And a leader knows when it is good to fight and when it is good to not. But that is not why I am here. They are wanting fights, I know that. So many of them. Whispers of we are strange and should be brought to rightness. I am a warrior. How can I not protect my people? Protect you? I know I am young and have not seen war, but I do not want to fail my home, my people, my gods. You. And I do not know any way to honor us, protect us, if not by being a warrior. You are more than you think you are, Anna. My love, you are more than just a warrior. You are brave, talented, and caring. You earn loyalty everywhere you go. You are already a leader. If only you could see yourself the way I do. It is easier for my uncle. He believes he has the answers, that they are clear. But for me, there is no clearness. I do not know how to do this thing he wants me to do. This make peace, not make fighting. I do not know if it is even the right thing. What do you think, my love? Help me see with clearness. What is right? For us, for Skult. Attempt to convince Anna that fighting for peace is the worthiest battle. You know that it goes against much of her training and how she was raised, but you try to convince her that fighting for peace has more meaning than fighting wars. But as you start your arguments, you realize that they aren't as much against how she was raised as she might think. Protecting her people is her job, and ultimately you manage to convince her that peace is perhaps the best way she can protect her people and ensure that they and Skult have a long, safe, fruitful future. After talking with you about it in depth, Anna rubs her head as if she has a painful headache. Thank you for talking with me about it, Nick. But I ain't done thinking for today's. I came here with you to escape and have fun, so let's doing that. It's clear that having told you what is on her mind, what Anna really wants from you is to help her take her mind off it for a little while. How do you want to do that? Yeah, I got some ideas. I got a few ideas for how to take her mind off things. Verb the adjective noun. Skult breakdance off. Challenge her to a race. She nods eagerly. If catching you is the prize, I will run most eager. Laughing, you run off and she gives you a small head start before laughingly chasing you across the grass. Soon hours have passed and it's time for the both of you to return to the castle and regular life at the summit. Whatever that means. Neek, my love. Thank you most hugeness. Whatever happens, meeting yous, it was the best thing that has happened in my life. With you at my side, there is nothing I can't do. So thank yous. Quick as a breath, Anna pulls you into a tight embrace, kissing you softly before finally reluctantly letting you go. Saying your goodbyes for the morning, the pair of you return to the castle. I should probably do some ball preparation. Ooh, that's a lot, actually. Oh, smoochies. Yeah, cute. It is cute. Arrange the decorations. You look at the currently empty ballroom and try to plan what decorations you will require for the ball. You remember any of the balls you have attended in the past as reference. You have a few ideas, but the first decision you are going to have to make is if you are going to use some of the money from your budget to buy some new decorations, or if you are going to make do with things already on the aisle. There's a point. How many? 345 gold. I got plenty of gold. While the head butler gave you 200 gold for your budget, you can also use some of your personal funds if you like. Altogether, you have 345 gold left you can spend on planning the ball and perhaps purchasing some new items for yourself to wear. You decide to purchase new decorations. And what do you wish to purchase? Elegant decorations. You decide that some elegant decorations are in order and purchase accordingly. With the matter of where you are getting your decorations taken care of, it's now time to put some of your ideas into practice. Despite the naysayers, sometimes a broad knowledge of history has practical applications. And today is definitely one of those days. You manage to take your knowledge of the history and culture of the 7 nations to add some themes and decorations that will have meaning to every nation. Blended together, you can't help but feel your ball decorations are starting to become a representative of the idea of the summit itself. Your knowledge of proper etiquette also means you have some idea of what the proper requirements for a ball are. so you know how to organize the room to have just the right amount of partially secluded, but not totally secluded spaces, spaces to rest, and spaces to talk. If this isn't a right proper ball, it won't be because of you. You and the small army of servants you have commandeered spend the next several hours transforming the ballroom in preparation for the ball. Although your helpers hardly expect it from you, your practical knowledge means that you are able to understand what will work and what won't. You are also able to assist and help things move much more smoothly, meaning you get more done in the time allotted to you than you would otherwise. When finally you are finished, you survey the newly decorated ballroom. You don't think you could have done any better. The decorations are as amazing as you bet any ball the summit has ever seen. The matter of decorations for the ball is settled. A productive day's work. Arrange the refreshments. A ball is not a feast, but it still requires refreshments. Light snacks, tasty treats, and most importantly cold liquids for when dancers or the room get too hot and need some cooling. So it's time to start planning. When word spreads among the servants that you are working on putting together refreshments for the ball, you get a rush of volunteers, both to help with preparation of the refreshments, but also at serving. It seems when you are planning a ball, it helps to be popular below stairs. The aisle kitchens and cellars are well stocked, so purchasing special things for your refreshments isn't strictly required. But if you want this event to be special, it's probably a good idea. Okay, get it. All together, you have blah blah. Spare no expense, get the best treats from all 7 nations. You are sure that bringing a little of the best taste from all the nations will help your ball be a smashing culinary success. Your plans for the refreshments are made. Your plan to refreshments couldn't be better. You doubt anyone will forget them. A few hours of meetings between you and the staff later, and your arrangements for refreshments are complete. I don't know that I'll actually end up having time. Wind day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Music. You determine that it's time to plan the music for the ball. Since a ball is all about dancing, a ball is really all about music. And music is one thing that you're most definitely going to have to bring outside musicians for. It'll be a disaster if you have to beg the servants until one of them can play tunes on the piano. Planning the music is going to be very important, and hiring musicians isn't going to be free. 225. An excited servant tells you that world-famous musicians have learned of your support of the arts and that you are in charge of planning the ball this year. They have agreed to come play for the ball for a steep discount, a coup that normally would be impossible for such an event. With that in mind, you decide to hire Nice. The world-famous musicians actually cost less than the extremely talented musicians. So the best musicians cost less than the second best. Nice. The world-famous musicians. You definitely want to bring the world-class musicians. Yours will be a ball for the history books. A few hours later and the arrangements are made. The ball will have music. And it will be music unlike any ball has ever had. This is going to be legendary. Matter of music settled, you have accomplished what you set out to. Arrange the attendance gifts. There is a tradition from the days of Katya that the host of a great event like the ball you are currently planning arranges for all the guests to get an attendance gift. So it's up to you to arrange and purchase any such gifts that you plan to give as host gifts. 195 gold left. You meet up with some of the same merchants who came to sell presents a few weeks ago. It's clear they recognize you as well. Since they remember you as being a lady with generous instincts and good taste, they are eager to give you a heavy discount in return for your future patronage. They seem confident such an arrangement will pay off for you both, as they carefully put forth their options. Looking at your options, you realize you have to make a choice. Which, if any, host gift do you wish to arrange? Tea blends based on the various nations inside a customized hand-embroidered bag for a mere 30 gold. You decide the custom teas will make a perfect gift. After a few hours of going over specifics with the merchants, you have finalized your arrangements for your host gift. You are sure your gift will be a huge hit. With gifts now taken care of, you can go about the rest of your day. Add in some extra touches. Decide to go to the ballroom and figure out if there are any extra touches that you can add. Planning this entire ball is rather a lot for one person, and you are running out of ideas. You find yourself idly wishing someone might show up to help. Emmett stops by and offers to help make some fresh bouquets for the ball. He says there are lots of pretty flowers around the island, and he thinks they would liven up the ball. Cordelia pokes her head into the ballroom and shyly hands you a decoration she made herself for the ball. Aww. Thanks, sweetie. It's a carefully hand-embroidered banner, bringing together the emblems of all 7 nations with some colors and themes to represent the Isle as well. Ooh, that sounds fancy. Penelope bounces into the room and happily informs you that her mother sent her a gigantic box of her favorite mini cakes, which she is happy to donate to the ball. Aw. Leon awkwardly shuffles into the room and shoves a dusty old banner into your hands. He hurriedly explains that he found it while exploring, and that he thought it might help your decorating. He hurries off again before you can unfurl his discovery, which proves to be Katya's old personal banner. Well, damn! That is pretty cool. Zarad silently enters the room, making you jump. He grins and sets down an elaborate gift to help you with the ball. It's a giant sculpture made out of chocolate. It's a scarily accurate representation of the Vale Isle Castle. When you ask him how he found such a thing, he just winks and disappears. With extra mischief in his eyes surely, Hameen sails into the ballroom and thrusts a large pile of cloth into your arms. With a wink, he tells you to use them as decorations for the ball, and then he's running off again. You get a sinking feeling you know why he made such a quick escape when you sort through his gift. They are all the official ambassadorial flags of all 7 kingdoms. He's a pirate! He's a pirate! The guy loves to steal. You can't keep a thief from thieving. It's what he does. But at least he's stealing for a good cause in this case. You have a feeling Hameen stole them from their ships. But they would make excellent decorations. Sometimes idle wishes come true. Thanks to the good wishes of your friends, it looks like your hosted ball is going to be better than you could ever make it alone. There are no more extra touches you can think of, so with one nod towards the room that's soon going to host the final event, you head back out to do other things. the forbidden wing thing? Nope. Parlor? You are passing the parlors when you hear a familiar voice, flavored with an unfamiliar bit of irritation. Unable to stop your curiosity, you pause just outside the door and listen. Ambassador, how kind of you to invite yourself to tea! Lord Chancellor Torrin Hanlyle. But kindness is overrated, especially when it comes to you, my old friend. Are we friends now? Aren't we teaing now in great companionship? Although it gave me quite the chase in the old days. I'm not up for much riding these days, as you can see. In the literal sense, perhaps. But the Yvette I knew would never allow something so petty to keep her from true sport. With age sometimes comes wisdom, Lord Chancellor, although clearly not in your case. Is it age that defines us? Or perhaps our decisions? Especially single decisions that are life-changing ones. It is truly a wonder that you never tire of this game with me. Happy this game's almost over. Excuse me. Still listening anyway and not asleep? Thanks, Buttercup. Appreciate it. Perhaps I've never recovered from the injustice of your initial suspicions against me, my dear Yvette. How could you ever believe I would ever willingly hurt you? If you recall, I wasn't the target of that particular accident. But clearly you loved your brother enough to be hurt either way, so it comes to the same. So you say, but your word is as reliable as your promises, which is not very. After all this time, I hoped you would finally believe me that that cursed mischief wasn't mine. It doesn't matter what I believe, it's long over and done with. So you believe me after all. That's a relief, my dear. I do so miss these chats of ours. You should spend more time away from your books and out in the real world. There's no point in living as long as we have unless we use our old age to truly live, Yvette. We all find meaning our own ways, Torrin, and decide our own legacies. More's the pity. More's the pity. I suppose screen frozen? Cool. Cool. I have no idea. Now? Now? Am I audible now? Still no? I am audible now? Oh, clicks? You heard clicks? Like, can you hear my words, though? I'm back? Jeez fucking Christ, that's fucking annoying. Alright. You were so engrossed in this conversation of decades-old intrigues that you don't react quickly enough when the door to the parlor opens and you are face to face with the Arlond ambassador. Instead of being displeased by your obvious eavesdropping, the Lord Chancellor simply raises an eyebrow at you, his eyes twinkling.
Ah, Lady Nicole, a lovely day for an indoor stroll, isn't it? But you best be careful. It can be very dangerous to find out secrets you aren't supposed to know. Just ask your lovely chaperone, the Dowager Countess.
Saying nothing else, the Lord Chancellor disappears down the hallway, the sound of his whistling trailing in his wake. You are certain that you have just been given the final pieces to put together the whole mystery surrounding the Dowager Countess. From conjecture, what you just overheard, and what you have found out both about the Dowager Countess and the secret organization you are convinced she belongs to, you were able to put together a story. You have a feeling it's a true one. When she was younger, Yvette was passionate and fearless in searching out secrets and the truth. Not to change things, as you suspect is more the ambassador's normal attitude, but to record them. When she found some sort of secret of an attempt against her brother, she was torn between her vows not to change history and her love of her brother. Perhaps it was his horse and some sort of accident, like the one you almost had. You believe that Yvette's solution was not to expose the secret she found, but to take the consequences on herself. Somehow the accident that was supposed to happen to her brother, she made happen to herself. And that is how she ended up the woman she is today, in more ways than one. You are uncertain if this secret will have any impact on anything, having been about the games and intrigues long past, but you still feel pleased to know it. Maybe it is because the ball and the final negotiations are drawing so near, but this morning you find yourself waking even before the sun does. Somehow a part of you always knew that you had a great destiny. You are amazing, after all. Who would be at the center of these events if not for you? Still, even for someone like you, it isn't easy to be at the center of so much important history. A difficulty that weighs on you and chases away sleep. But even though this isn't an opportunity you sought, you are where you are, and that's straight in the middle of negotiations and great events. In any case, there wasn't much point wasting time in bed trying to figure it all out logically. With you being confident that going back to sleep is out of the question, there's nothing to do but get up. With a soft sigh, you get out of bed. Even though it is dim in your room, you can still see the shadowy figure of Sarah staring out your window. You had certainly noticed that Sarah seemed to be around far less than her fellow maid, Rhea. But if it had been like this, Sarah coming in the early hours to get her work done while you were still asleep, that would explain it. But it doesn't explain the distant and heavy expression Sarah is wearing as she stares out the window. She may be hard to read, but you can tell that something is weighing very heavily on the mind of your mysterious maid. With everything that is going on at the summit, that is hardly surprising. Especially since the very beginning, you haven't been able to get over the nagging feeling that many of the servants at the Isle are much more than they seem. Well, it is more than a nagging feeling. Jasper, Mrs. White, you have plenty of proof that this Isle is not filled with the sort of servants you would find elsewhere. And Sarah, you have a feeling she is more like them than Rhea or Imogen, simpler girls caught in events much bigger than them. But figuring out what exactly how is something beyond even your powers of intuition. At least not unless you were able to get her to open up to you. The outcome of that, however, is something you can figure out. You are confident that you haven't won the trust, respect, or affection necessary for Sarah to open up to you. Son of a bitch! Which is only confirmed when you get out of bed and, startled like a rabbit, Sarah quickly excuses herself to attend to other duties. Your maid is simply a mystery you are going to remain unable to solve. You are going to have to focus on the things you manage, like how you are going to spend your morning. Well, dang! Alright, I don't know that I'll actually... Because I do still need to, like... I'm not sure if I'll have enough time to to do this and the, action. So, I'll show a secret. I'm not going to, like, I don't think the secret matters, so I'm not going to bother keeping it. You're wandering around the maze in the gardens, perhaps trying to take a break from the world, or perhaps trying to find loose-lipped people doing the same. But if your true motives were the latter, you are in luck. You hear a loud, familiar voice thundering through the nearby hedges. In a minute, the general and whoever he is arguing with will come upon you. You have only a moment to hide if you want to overhear what this particular argument is about. Do you want to hide? Yes, you love secrets. You hurry to dash into the nearby shrubbery, eager to overhear whatever you might. Thankfully, you have enough knowledge of plants to know to avoid the shrubbery with painful thorns. You hide successfully in one with sweet-smelling leaves. Although you don't dare peek at them from the safety of your shrub, you can hear the distinctive thumping of General Fallon's boots as he draws nearer. Deep in heated conversation with who you quickly surmise is the ambassador of GL.
Of course I'm looking out for the interests of GL.
It seems to me you have been too busy avoiding the delegates in favor of a good game of envu with the natives to be doing much of anything else. Why the Emperor chose you as chaperone is something I will never understand. Why, you aren't even a born noble, just a self-made man. You can tell by the scorn in the ambassador's voice that he considers this some sort of dirty shame.
The Emperor chose me because I always do my duty, which is more than I can say of some.
I'm bored of this argument. It's clear to me that you will never truly understand the finer points of it. Let's turn our attention to other matters. If I'm to clean up the mess I'm sure you managed to get us in, I have to understand how things stand. How is the Duke? Did you at least manage to snare that boy a suitable match?
Ha! As if even all our collective ancestors could force that boy to do something he didn't want. If you want to get him married, I wish you the luck of it.
Oh, I will arrange something. Just wait and see someone capable manage matters for once. What about that Avalee girl?
She seems, as always, to have her own affairs well in hand.
I hope you mean that her distasteful secret has remained such. Even one such as you must realize how disastrous it would be for both her chances and for our reputation if it were to become known.
What are you going on about, man?
You fool! You can't have forgotten that the girl isn't a noble by birth, can you? I'll give you that she's good at hiding it, that one. But the stink of being the byblow of a lady with no character can't wash away no matter how well you learn manners. I don't know what her father was thinking, adopting a girl like her. Well, as long as her secret doesn't get out, she isn't a total disgrace to GL, I'll give you.
As unsuited as you find me for the job of chaperone, know that I find you at least twice as so for the role of ambassador.
I suppose we will both just have to trust in the Emperor's wisdom. It's not as if he gave either of us any choice. The voices grow softer and more distant until finally you decide it's safe to untangle yourself from your growing hiding spot. You head out of the gardens, pretending as if you didn't just learn more than you bargained for. Alright. So I don't think we're going to be able to get any benefit out of that. So, just wanted to show the scene. Same thing here. I don't know that I'll keep this scene. I'll probably, reload. Now that you know who is behind the purchase of the poison and have some proof, there's only one thing left to do. Make a decision on what you are going to do with your new information. Bring the culprit to justice. Whatever your personal feelings on the matter, you can hardly allow someone who uses such methods to continue unchecked. The best thing to do is to bring Lord Hine, and quite probably his more intelligent wife, to justice. You have a distant cousin in the legal ministry. You are certain he would take you and your evidence seriously. So you start to write a long letter, including all the proof, theories, and details you have gathered. Once you are satisfied you have laid out your case in as clear, logical, and well-researched manner as possible, you entrust it with one of the Imperial couriers who accompanied the ambassador. Now the matter is as resolved as you can make it. There is nothing to do now but wait and allow justice to take its proper course. A time for justice. You are preparing to bring your poisoner to justice. Tomorrow is the ambassador's ball. It's really the last chance you will have to spend time with people, make good impressions, and generally forget for a night that the future of the world is at stake. Once the ball is over, well, all that will be left is negotiations. And then, depending on how those go, the world will change. As will your future. It's strange when you realize how little time you have left at the summit. If there's anything you wish to accomplish, you have very little time left to do it. You are thinking about this and the ball tomorrow when a knock on the door interrupts your thoughts. Your door opens to reveal a smiling Anna. It is most happy to see you, my heart. I cannot stay for much time. To come at all, I had to run away from Butler Nagy Scowly Face. He will find me soon, but not before I give you this. Her smile growing, she opens her palm and shows you a small wooden ring made of intricately carved rosewood. I made it for you. You can wear it at all the dancing tomorrow, or always. It's so you never forget, no matter what, how he will always be with you. You take the ring and she smiles so brightly at you, you can feel the warmth of it like it's a physical thing. Then, hearing something you missed, she scowls at the doorway. I hear the Scowly Nagy man coming. I must go. Anna hurries off, leaving you to admire your gift alone. Aww. That was a woman, Braindead. Accessories. The merchants who are visiting to sell things to the delegates before the grand ball. Hey, Vanna, I've set up a makeshift bazaar, not bizarre, bazaar, in the ballroom. For one day only, they will be selling accessories to add to your ball outfit. You take some time to wander around and see if anything catches your eye. While you don't imagine it's what the head butler had in mind when he gave you the funds, you could technically also tap into the money given to you for planning the ball. Everything. Painted fan. Jewel tiara. Silk gloves. Diamond brooch. Citrus perfume. Face cream. Sparkling face powder. New cosmetics. Embroidered dancing slippers. And dangling earrings. Up your beauty football. Fair enough, fair enough. Go with 60. I don't want to be... Don't want to go too over it. Finish shopping. If you're shopping finished, you leave the ballroom to go about the rest of your day. A new day dawns. Today is the day of the Ambassador's Ball. And I do still have time to get an outfit. How much gold do I have? 70? Dress merchants and outfitters have made their way to the aisle in case any delegate is sick of their wardrobe and wants to purchase something special for the big ball. At your request, Rhea has arranged for them to bring a showing of what dresses might suit you in your room. While you don't imagine it's what the head butler had in mind, blah blah blah, the merchants present their wares and let you know how much each potential dress will cost. Some of which you have to tell them to take out of consideration because you simply can't afford them. You get a discount if your beauty's high enough. Yeah. Oops. I don't actually know what I need to do for Dunker's cunning. Ton, I guess. That worked. You managed to successfully get the merchants to lower their initial asking prices. Merchants lay out their wares carefully and tell you about their new costs. Is there a dress you wish to purchase? Pressed silk flowing sleeves, elaborately embroidered train, gem-encrusted bodice and full skirt, gold leaf and silk, a masterpiece. Your decision made, the merchants leave you alone to the rest of your preparations. Tonight is the Ambassador's Ball. The last big hurrah before delegates, ambassador, and ambassadors alike are locked in a room for negotiations. Hey, Grimace. Somehow you can't manage to talk yourself out of being nervous, no matter how well thought out your inner arguments. As far as you have come to get here, and everything is done, it all comes out together tonight. Which is why, even despite your independent inclinations, tonight you are getting some comfort out of Rhea's cheerful company. Rhea has been working on you for hours. The ball isn't the only thing you have prepared for tonight, but yourself as well. A duty Rhea has taken to heart. You have been primped, powdered, brushed, styled, and dressed within an inch of your life. Which is why Rhea can barely contain her excitement as she drags you in front of your mirror to examine the final effect. She has somehow taken your elaborate ball gown and with just a few adjustments made it appear more functional, which not only suits you and your curvy figure the best, but it's always been your favorite style. Your short dark brown hair has been styled elaborately in a way that perfectly frames your face. A face which is looking both mysterious and enchanting thanks to a careful makeup job that has brought out the glow of your olive complexion and draws all attention to your grey eyes. Your gown is a masterpiece, and you are practically drowning in gorgeous and tasteful accessories. In terms of wardrobe and styling, you are going to be practically impossible for anyone else to beat tonight. You can't wait to see Blaine's face when he realizes that. You have been blessed with some natural good looks, so you elevate your outfit slightly. All in all, you have to say you look divine tonight. Which seems an important thing to consider, because a night like this... tomorrow I'm screwed. Because I didn't pick up my prescriptions, and forgot tomorrow's Easter. The pharmacy's closed. Ugh. Well, that sucks, Buck. Well, this is the sort of night where you can become the belle of the ball. Where you can find yourself the center of grand events. Even if you aren't that concerned with such things. Even if you are clearly the obvious choice for such things. And it is where you will get your last chance to improve your reputation and grow your influence. You give your appearance in the mirror one final nod. You have finished your pre-ball transformation. The only thing missing is your social smile, which you paste on with the ease of someone who enjoys a good chat as much as you do. Oh, Lady Nicole! At the heavy emotion in her voice, you turn around to see Rhea is looking at you with tears welling in her eyes. You look so beautiful! Tonight, you are going to... You will enchant them all. You can't help yourself and surprise your maid by giving her a quick hug. Thank you for everything, Rhea. I mean it. I don't know what I would have done without you these past few weeks. No, thank you, Lady Nicole. Being your maid has been an honor. But now there is no more delaying. It's time to go. Even though as the host you are leaving several hours earlier than your compatriots to finish supervising the last preparations. You arrive at the half-decorated ballroom to oversee the last of the preparations before anyone else arrives. It's strange to be in such a large room that is soon to be filled by the visitors to the Isle in a matter of hours alone. There is precious little time before the ball is set to start, and still quite a few things to be finished before everything will be ready. Mentally rolling up your sleeves, you get to work. After some delegation and hard work, the final details are finally starting to come together and transform the ballroom into something special. The ballroom looks like it belongs to a ball from a story now. The ballroom looks like it belongs to a ball from a story now. Your decorations, refreshments, gifts, music, and the efforts of the talented people working on preparing it all, including you, have come together to make something lovely. This is definitely going to be the ball of the year. You managed to finish earlier than you feared, leaving at least an hour before the ball proper is set to begin. The servants who have come to help you finish setting up excuse themselves, not wanting to be in the way if any delegates arrive early. So, for the first time in what feels like forever, you are left by yourself, with nothing to do but admire your efforts.
Finally, we are alone, my dear Nicole.
A deep voice you don't recognize echoes through the otherwise empty ballroom.
You are such a popular girl. It's been so hard to find a time for us to meet. But here we are, at long last.
Despite the overly intimate words, something about the way he says them fills your stomach with a cold dread and raises the hairs at the back of your neck.
I can't tell you how hard it has been for me to arrange our fateful encounter, Nicole.
Something is very, very wrong. You can feel it in your very bones. but a figure steps forward out of the shadows right in front of the door, and your only way out.
Tisk, tisk. You aren't thinking of leaving already, are you, my Nick? Not when I've been working so hard to meet you. Not when I am your destiny.
You realize that you can't make out any of his features, not only because of his habit of standing in the shadowy corners, but because he is wearing a dark cloak with a hood pulled far down over his face.
Our meeting is special, Nick. Because you are special. Special enough you might change the world. Special enough that many have noticed.
With a chill down your spine, you realize that the mysterious figure is moving closer. So subtly you don't see him move, just grow closer and closer.
Special enough that we have fate together, you and I.
Faced with this strange man, your normal courage deserts you. Your breath starts to race and your feet grow heavy, like anchors keeping you trapped in place. Still, you manage to slowly move them backwards until you hit the cold marble of the wall behind you, and you realize with horror you have nowhere else to retreat.
I don't know if it's luck or skill that has brought you this far.
He moves closer.
But either way, it doesn't matter. You are out of miracles and out of lives.
And closer.
All that's left now is our fate, yours and mine.
Until he is close enough that he reaches out and touches your mouth with a gloved finger, as if to shush you.
But you don't have to worry. It's not such a bad destiny.
Even though you can't see his face, you are positive that he's smiling at you.
You are special, so I will make this special. And I will love you in the end.
This man is here to kill you.
I always love my victims a little.
You are sure of it now.
But you
are trapped by the reflection of dark glinting eyes you just barely make out.
I think I will love you a lot, my Nick.
But you aren't ready to give up and die. You have too much to live for. And someone to live for. You have so much yet to finish before your story is ready to be done. And you definitely aren't going to give in to this melodramatic creep and his destiny. Suddenly, something catches the light of the chandeliers and sends a shower of light into the dark corner you are in. It's something metal, shiny, and sharp. And the creepy assassin is moving it towards you. If you are going to do something to save yourself, now is definitely the time. Yeah, this'll fail. Let's try it. Attempt to disarm the assassin. I don't know, just in case this doesn't actually work. Attempt to disarm the assassin and turn the tables. Well, damn. Your attempts to save yourself are failing. Nothing you do is having any impact. The assassin steps closer, blade out, and you close your eyes in fearful anticipation of what is to come. Which is why you don't see it when the assassin's outstretched arm gets caught in a hanging decoration. Okay, that's hilarious. Only here his curses, and followed by a crash, followed by a louder crash. You open your eyes to see the assassin sprawled on the floor, tangled in cloth, and buried under one of the large, heavy decorations you had brought in. He's bleeding from the forehead and completely incapacitated. Dumb luck saves us! Saves us! You know what? I don't like... As funny as that is, I'm not sure I quite like the idea of us being saved by just pure, sheer, stupid dumb luck. Scream bloody hurt murder and hope someone is near enough to hear. Although the assassin hurries to cover your mouth and stifle your cries, it seems they do not go unnoticed if the thundering of the door being thrown open is any indication. It only takes Anna one worried glance to figure out the gist of what is going on, and her thunderous scowl is enough that even the unnerving assassin flinches back slightly. You want my drink? It's a good drink. And yeah. Stay back, I have a knife. Yeah? I am a weapon. I'm a walking weapon. I've been stabbed by nastier looking things. For fun! Quite wisely, judging Anna the greater threat, the assassin moves towards her, blade outstretched. But even unarmed, Anna is more than his match. Her ferocity and skill in your defense quickly has the assassin unarmed and on the retreat. Do we need this worm man breathing, Nick? I am happy to make him not breathing if he made you unhappies. You think for a moment. We can't get many answers from a dead man. I myself have a few questions for the man. Anna nods and with one fierce blow manages to knock the assassin unconscious. Anna like, oh no! A knife! Come at me with something bigger, so it'll hurt more when I shove it up your ass. A friend in need. You were saved by a friend while hosting the ball. Thanks to the commotion, you soon have company in the form of a scowling Jasper and an unhappy head butler.
What is all this? Don't you know how important the ambassador's ball is? I was trusting you, Lady Nicole, and this! I don't even know what this is!
A failed assassination attempt. He sputters in outrage at your cold explanation.
What? This is outrageous! There were never any assassination attempts at the Isle before you came!
Somehow you doubt that.
The important thing is that you appear unharmed.
It was a statement, but you are certain it is also a question, so you nod.
Then it is best we deal with the problem at hand. Head Butler Jorge is right. The ball must go on. I'll take this assassin somewhere where we can get some answers.
Head Butler always looks like he's wearing a costume to me. Kinda. The assassin spits dramatically, from where he has regained some control over himself. And almost as if he is offended to have been ignored this long, his voice is full of theatrics and drama.
This is the only answer you will ever get from me. I am only the first! They will not allow this to stand. They will not allow you to. Change is coming. And if it is not my destiny to see it, if you are instead my fated ending, then so be it. I'll see you soon, my love.
Then he chokes with an awful noise, and blood starts to leak out of his mouth. He shudders and then grows still. Jasper moves forward to investigate.
He's dead. He's dead. Poisoned. Good, good. A dead assassin is distressing to be sure, but much less of an inconvenience than a live one. We just need to get rid of the body, and then the ball can resume as planned.
Head Butler is a dick! Big ol' assassination attempt, and then he's like, yeah, get rid of the body, and then get rid of the body, and then the party goes on. Shaking his head, Jasper stands back up and looks in your direction, his expression unreadable.
Your Highness, I'm surprised to see you here. Early, even.
I was worried about my dear love. Everyone keeps making her work and deal with annoying butler men. I came to help. I didn't know she was in danger for shadow men of badness. There is not leaving her now. Jasper sighs.
I'll stay with her and protect her, and I promise we will investigate. But it's best that no one knows you were involved in this. The last thing we want is you becoming a target of whoever is behind this.
Yeah, that's when the dead bodies will start. That's when the dead bodies will start really racking up. Really start piling up. If they start trying to assassinate Anna, whew.
I know it might be difficult after what you have just seen, but it will truly be for the best if you forget everything that just happened. I'm sure that's what Lady Nicole wants as well.
Of course you don't want your beloved in danger if you can avoid it. Jasper is right. There's nothing else you can do here. If you really want to help me by having a really good time tonight. I'm not going to let that creep ruin all my planning! Do you see how much work I put into this? Look at this shit! I worked hard on this! We're having a fucking party and it's gonna be a goddamn banger! You smile and reluctantly Anna is convinced to head back to her room. Very reluctantly. But she goes.
Yes, it's for the best that we pretend this little incident never happened. I'll leave the details of the cleanup to you, Jasper. Very good, very good.
Then the head butler wanders off, as if your near assassination was all just an annoying bother and not a real worry. With a weary sigh, Jasper turns back to you.
I'm sorry, Lady Nicole. It seems I keep failing you.
Cheer up, Jasper. I'm still alive, so you haven't failed me yet. He smiles bitterly before coolly handling the cleanup and staying at your side. Although neither of you really believe you will be in any more danger tonight. When whoever sent this assassin to stop you realizes he failed, however, but that is a problem for another day. Pillow under his shirt? Might be. Tonight you will have enough to worry about with hosting a successful ball. And this attempt has made you realize that's more important than ever. To defy the people who would see you dead, if not for the sake of the future of the Seven Kingdoms. You get back to work, knowing the guests will arrive soon, and you will need to act as the gracious hostess, with no trace of remaining fear or bitterness. The guests trickle in, at first only a few who come early. Then more and more faces and voices fill the room. Until the ballroom is filled to bursting with delegates and ambassadors. Even though you know how much painstaking effort has been put into every decoration and every decision, how much work you and the servants had to put in carefully planning and arranging, as is your wont. Despite knowing that, once filled with smiles, laughter, and life, the room transforms. Almost like the ballroom has become something of another world entirely. You guess it's true what they say. All balls have a little magic to them. Yeah. Want to check out my magic balls? Yeah. Yeah. God, I'm such a fucking child. Eternally 12 years old. Balls. Anyway, all balls have a little magic to them, whether you are the one who has done all the planning or not. Even if that's not something you are normally too sensible to believe. Totally chuckled when he said he had to do ball preparation earlier. balls require a lot of preparation yet. A night like this? Young girls spend many nights dreaming of a night like this. You can't help but feel the romance in it. Even you apparently have some romance in your soul. Even if I am more cynical. I'm significantly more cynical than romantic, but... And just the moment you are taking in the full effect and dreamingly enjoying the atmosphere is just the moment Blaine spots you and walks towards you, a sneer on his face. Don't get your hopes. Don't get your hopes up. I'm not here to ask you to dance. Is this the part where you tell me you would rather dance with a frog? Or have you done that already? You smile sweetly, all innocence. He frowns fiercely. No, this is the part where I tell you I would rather dance with slugs in my shoes than with you. Such sweet words of friendship. His scowl deepens. I will say, the absolute best way to handle someone who is mad at you is to be nice. It infuriates them. In what only proves no one has any taste in this sun-forsaken isle, you are one of the delegates of note. Especially since you are in charge of hosting this mess. Your taste in colors is terrible. This whole room clashes with my outfit in a hideous way. So I have been given little choice but to be seen speaking with you. Just because something is tradition doesn't mean you can't figure out some different way. Surely that would be better than being miserable. Blaine simply scoffs in response. Well, I've suffered nobly long enough. You will not be graced with my presence again tonight. I hope that tonight is the night that everyone sees through your shallow facade and realizes that you aren't special at all, you insignificant boor. He gives you one final deliberate sneer. You can't help but notice that he is about to make his dramatic exit right next to the delegate who isn't paying attention to the full plate of heavily frosted cake and an overfull glass of deep red wine. With just a little help from you, if you were to, say, accidentally step on his elaborate jacket train, and karma would come in the form of his pride and joy, himself and his outfit, stained and sullied. You quickly decide against it, knowing yourself to be a better person than that. Not wasting good cake. I don't care about him or his outfit. It's the fucking cake. That cake is the only reason that I held back. Besides, it was a selfish impulse, and those rarely win traction with you. Free from the distraction Blaine causes, you survey the room. Blaine is Mr. Project Runway. Since the ball has just begun, it seems dancing hasn't really begun in earnest yet. Instead, clumps of delegates seem to be chatting in smaller groups, eating and drinking the treats and refreshments set out for that purpose. With a big smile on his face, Emmett spots you and walks up for a quick chat.
Hello, Lady Nicole. I'm not much for balls myself, but I think everyone seems to be having a good time.
What about you? Are you enjoying yourself? He grins easily.
Well, I am happy to be chatting with you. Especially since there won't be much opportunity for us to chat like this after the summit. But there's no point worrying about that now. This is a ball. We should be enjoying ourselves.
Emmett is correct. There won't be many opportunities for you to chat with him, or anyone like this in the future. How do you intend to make the most of it? Talk about the amazing natural wonders and plants of the Isle, and how much you will miss them. Emmett happily launches into a detailed conversation of all the various rare and special plants he has found on his time in the Isle. As much as he is enjoying your company and your conversation, you can tell that his time here on the Isle has been special to him. You think he will miss it here when he goes back home.
Well, I'm sure I'm not the only one who wants to speak with you tonight, so I'll stop keeping the lady of the hour to myself. Have a lovely ball, Lady Nicole. Maybe we will get the chance to talk more or dance later.
He bows formally before giving you a cheerful wave and walking off. Hamim saunters up to you, a happy grin on his face.
If it isn't my friend, the dashing Nicole. Heroine of the ball!
Heroine, is it?
Of course! Who else is around to save me from a boredom?
Your boredom is a dangerous thing, Hamim. If there's any rescuing to be done, it is saving everyone else from the consequences of it. He laughs brightly, but somehow you find the sound a little bit sinister. Threatening, at least, to a relatively peaceful ball. It's time to distract Hamim, and quickly. Ask him how he would save everyone if the room suddenly caught fire. The wheels in his mind instantly start to turn, and he looks around the room with new excitement before launching into a detailed plan of hypothetical action. You've not only distracted him, but you think he might be having fun. Helped, no doubt, by the fact it is clear that he just enjoys your company.
I might be a pirate, but I can't keep this ball's treasure all to myself. Perhaps you may pity me later and spare me a dance or some more conversation.
I cannot do a fucking Australian accent!
But I might. Shrimp on the barbie. Perhaps you may pity me later and spare me a dance or some more conversation.
Then, with a final wink, your friend the pirate prince is gone. Penelope, looking uncomfortable with the loud, large gathering, spots you and hurries to your side.
Lady Nicole, I hope you are doing well. I'm glad you're here. I've been to a lot of balls and big events like this, but it's so much nicer now that I have a friend to talk to. Especially since you did all the planning. I'm sure this will be the most fun I've ever had at a ball.
I'm glad to have you here too, Penelope. Penelope just smiles brightly at you. But you could always use this chance to do something that might help her relax and enjoy herself tonight. Conspiratorially remind Penelope that most people can't tell the difference between real confidence and pretend confidence. With a smile and a wink, you lean forward and tell Penelope that as self-conscious as she, or anyone for that matter, might feel, at a ball most people are going to be paying much more attention to their own nerves than anyone else's. As long as she acts like she's confident and having a good time, most people will have no idea that she isn't, and before long the act might very well become real. At first she is hesitant, but then she nods, and since it is you giving her the advice, she agrees to try it. And even in the few minutes of conversation you have after that, you can already see an improvement thanks to her efforts.
As much as I would love to spend the rest of the night here at your side, I promised myself I would be braver today. I'm going to go try and do my duty as the Princess of Whalen. I can't let my brother make all the sacrifices and leave you with all the hard work.
Her smile wavers a bit.
If it gets bad, I might come back to you for a little courage and encouragement. I hope you enjoy yourself tonight. You deserve some fun, Nicole.
With a friendly squeeze of your hand and a smile, Penelope squares her shoulders and heads back into the crowd. I will say, I think maybe my ideal outcome would be political marriage with Penelope's brother, so I can keep around with Penelope, and then Rhea as my actual lover. Because Penelope is the sweetest person, you know? So becoming her sister would be really good. A few delegates you don't know well come up to you, complimenting your outfit and making small talk. Something about being at the ball, and the knowledge that soon you will all be parting, has made many delegates more friendly and attached than you would have sworn they were yesterday. But there are so many people at the ball to talk with that none of your conversational partners stay at your side for long. You are left alone for a few minutes, once again free to simply watch and take in the atmosphere. The ball is growing more lively as people stop eating and focus instead on one another. Loud laughter permeates the room, almost drowning out the soft music being played. But you aren't left alone for long. Princess Cordelia glides to your side, despite her heavy dress.
Lady Nicole, it is lovely to see you again, and looking so wonderful. My compliments on the hosting. I'm certain it couldn't have been easy, and yet nothing is on fire.
You smile wryly. Yet.
I do hope you are enjoying yourself. Nights like this come along so rarely. We have to value them all the more for it.
As you are talking, a rowdy group of delegates bump into you, nearly knocking you over. Neatly step out of the way and curtsy your apologies for the collision. You handle the situation with a perfect curtsy, which causes the offenders to stumble apologies before leaving. You turn back to Cordelia, who is smiling approvingly. You spend a few more minutes chatting together before Cordelia sighs quietly.
I'm afraid that as long as I can stay at your side without being discourteous to the other guests. I hope we get a chance to chat again later. Have a good evening, my friend. May it be everything a ball should.
With a quick curtsy, Cordelia is gone. Wish they put the delegates into fancy clothes for the ball. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that just would have been extra work. I think it's just like, it just would have been too much extra work. Too much extra bother. You meet Lord Claremont's gaze from across the room and he smiles politely at you, but somehow you feel his eyes are cold. Prince Zarad saunters up to you after detaching himself from his devoted group of sighing fangirls and fanboys.
Why, good evening, Lady Nicole. You are looking positively delicious tonight.
Please compliment me more mundanely, Your Highness, unless you were trying to get me murdered.
Oh, then?
He waves at the sighing group with a dismissive hand.
You don't need to worry. They know we are just friends.
By the power of the glares stabbing into your back, you aren't sure that's the case, but it's not like you want to spend any more of your evening talking about them, so you happily drop the subject.
So, the Grand Ambassador's Ball. Are you enjoying the drama and the romance of it? Or, after planning this whole thing, are you counting down the seconds until it's finally over?
I already know my own opinion. I am much more interested in learning yours.
A masterful deflection, my friend. I applaud you.
Applaud but don't answer?
Precisely. Well, this has been a lovely interlude, my ever-charming Lady Nicole. But this is a ball. People to charm, dances to be had, mischief to be wrought. If I am lucky, our paths will cross again later tonight.
He gives your gloved hand a light kiss.
Enchanted as always, my dear.
I love how he also avoids the answer. You know, like, neither of us actually answered the question of how we feel about the ball. There's a trick to answering a question without actually saying anything. Then he disappears back into the crowd. You chat lightheartedly with a few delegates before they wander off for people they are closer with. All around you, the conversations are growing louder. People are tending to settle into the small groups where they feel most comfortable. Only the most antisocial of the delegates remain alone now. Leon, an unhappy furrow in his brow, is one of those few, leaning against the wall looking bored. You decide to invade his bubble of solitude and misery and walk up to him. He nods in acknowledgement at your approach.
Lady Nicole?
I'd ask if you were enjoying yourself, but the answer is fairly self-evident. He sighs.
Not that it's your fault. You did your best with an impossible task.
You mean making a ball you would enjoy that would also be a proper ball? He nods again with a heavy sigh.
At least for this moment, the company is good.
Well, I can't stop tonight from being an important ball, and I can't make it so you can escape. But perhaps I can take your mind off your social sufferings, if only for a little. The Duke perks up, a clear sign of the depths of desperation boredom and the ball have driven him to. I mean, it's kind of me at a party. It's also kind of me at a party. Tease him out of his boredom. You gently poke fun of his expression and horror until he relaxes and even smiles at you once. Turns out all he needed was a friend to remind him that being at a ball wasn't the worst thing ever.
You can't stay here in the corner all night.
Neither can you. He sighs heavily.
Fine. If I have to talk, I'll go talk to the Dowager Countess. She knows many interesting things.
With a new plan of diversion in mind, Leon stalks off towards his conversational prey. I do like Leon. The music is getting louder, and here and there, a few couples are starting to dance. The ball will start in earnest soon. If you want to work at the room and impress all the delegates, this may be your last chance before everyone is too busy dancing. As the host, you really should. Do you want to charm and impress all the guests? Of course, why else do you think I came? You paste on your best smile and start to chat with all the various delegates. Thanks to your astounding likability, you charm the room completely. As you go around the room, attempting to welcome all your guests and make sure they are happy and comfortable, you realize there is certainly a pattern to how the delegations of different nations feel about you, both as a host and a person. The Scalp delegates greet you warmly, with hearty slaps on the back and loud laughter. The Welland delegates greet you enthusiastically, with warm smiles and eager conversation. The Corvallis delegates greet you delightedly, full of big smiles and eager conversation. Logically speaking, simply being born in a place doesn't give any guarantee that your fellows will like you better. The GL delegates greet you brightly, filled with quick conversation and bright smiles. The Arlon delegates greet you happily, bright smiles on their faces. The Heist delegates greet you jovially, with loud laughter and enthusiastic shouts. The Revere delegates greet you happily, with pleased smiles. Grand Duke Woodley winks at you when he catches your eye, and for some reason you can tell there is less social friction than is normal at an event like this. While your first duties as a hostess must necessarily be towards making sure the ball is a success, you do have an opportunity here. While you are making the expected small talk, you might always use this as an opportunity to nudge their opinions before the negotiations start in earnest. Of course, doing so could backfire and ruin the good mood you are attempting so hard to create. Do you want to attempt it? I would like to encourage the guests towards peaceful resolutions and diplomacy. It's a subtle job and requires every bit of persuasion in your power, but you think you manage it without detracting from the ball proper. With the last bit of chit-chat and your final greetings, you succeed in welcoming all the guests. Having finished your social obligations as host, You wait for the dancing to begin in earnest. Striding towards you with graceful purpose, Anna walks up with a big smile. "Ah, my Nick, your prettiness is most blindingness tonight. I do not like this ball, but it does have its happiness. Come, I must introduce you properly." Taking your hand in her warm one, Anna navigates you both purposefully through the crowd. When Anna has stopped, the pair of you are standing in front of her cousin, the strange ambassador from Skald.
"Peace be with you, cousin."
Out of respect for you, you think, the speaker speaks in common, and Anna follows suit.
"And strength be with you."
"Did you come to hear one of my nanny-goat lectures, Anel? Or do you have some other purpose in seeking my company?"
"This is my Nick. She is to be connected to me, one life, one heart, as my wife."
"I think your bride will find a warm welcome in Skald. I am happy for you, cousin."
Anna nods solemnly.
"My fussy boot butler man says it is a ball, and I must dance, so I will take the pretty Nick and dance."
She turns to you and pulls you into the crowd.
"I do not understand this proper dancing. But if it is with you, anything will be fun."
Even though you are fairly positive she is attempting a proper dance, there isn't much proper about it. Instead, your dance together mostly involves her lifting you up and spinning you around in circles. Still, you are graceful enough you manage to make the pair of you look like you are doing a credible job dancing, at least when your feet are on the ground. The song finishes and Anna releases you and steps back reluctantly. How is my grace, anyway? 55. Not bad. Not sure I'll actually get any further stats, but yeah, those are pretty good stats overall. The song finishes and Anna releases you and steps back reluctantly.
"I was right. Anything is fun as long as my pretty Nick is at my side. I have to go check on my warriors, but I will return to you swiftness, my heart."
Before you know it, the ball is in full swing and you are being pulled into dance after dance. With people you have come to know well and people you have not spent much time with alike. You would say you are more graceful than not, which means you can dance with little issue. Your partners don't seem to regret dancing with you. Dance after dance passes and time starts to spin and distort, just like the room as you are twirling around it. Stats gonna be anything you want them to be? Yeah, but it's fine. I don't need perfect stats. Your fiancé makes sure to steal many more of your dances as the night wears on. Finally, the dancing begins to wind down as the delegates lose energy. The delegates start to chat in small groups again, the servants quietly removing crumb-filled platters and empty glasses. The ball is quickly drawing to a close. You swallow a yawn, feeling very tired yourself, but you can't stop your sleepy mind from wandering to your own performance during the ball. And hosting it, of course. While you weren't the delegate that stood out the very most, you are certain that your grace, charm, and beauty tonight made an impression. Seems like you need high grace in order to be the belle of the ball. Somehow with a limited budget and only a week, you have pulled together a miracle. As a host, you managed a ball that was nothing short of perfect. You, and tonight, are sure to go down as legend. You are positive you have greatly impressed everyone who attended. The lady, the legend. You hosted a perfect ball. You know what to do? I don't care. I don't need to be belle of the ball. Thankfully, your duties as host are now more or less over. They won't expect you to stay and help clean up. As tired as you are, you can't help but be grateful for that. As soon as the ball is over, you can go back to your room and crawl into bed. The musicians announce that they are going to take a short break before performing the last song of the night. Around you, there are longing looks and quick movements as the delegates search out their desired partner for the final dance. You aren't certain where the legend started, but you know it spread like wildfire, especially tonight. So you know that everyone in the room, desperately trying to find the right partner, or avoid the wrong one, is thinking about it. The legend that states, under Katya's watchful gaze, and even now that it has passed, that lovers who share the final dance at the ambassador's ball will find a lifetime of happiness together. You feel someone looking at you intently, and look up to see it as a smiling yet determined Anna. It is my understanding that dancing together now is a vow in front of the gods of our happy makingness. So let us dancing, my love. With a smile, you agree and take Anna's hand. But to your surprise, she doesn't lead you to the dance floor, but instead outside, where you are alone under the stars, the sounds of the ballroom drifting softly through the open windows. Aw, that's romantic! That's romantic AF! Anna pulls you tightly into her arms as the song drifting gently around you starts to play in earnest, and the pair of you are dancing. Time seems to slow and quiet as you dance together, the world fading away until it's just the two of you in the whole world. Like this moment, this dance, being together, it is all that matters in the world, and all that ever will. But in what feels like only a heartbeat, the song comes to an end, and your duet of a dance stills and ends. My heart, all of it has been worthiness for this, for you. All the strangeness and the stuffy, puffy, angry men. With you at my side, my love, I can face anything and bring you victory. I love you with all of my heart and spirit. Not even the gods can part me from you now. Anna leans closer, and before you know it, her soft lips are against yours, as she kisses you with every intent of showing you how much she means her vow. Aww. It has been a dreamlike ending to a very long and very strange day. But ending it is, and not just because the music has stopped, and you can spy everyone leaving the ballroom en masse. Your feet are sore, and you are so tired you fear you won't be able to stay awake long enough to make it to your bed. So you bid your love good night with one more kiss, and head for your room and your bed. Feeling distracted and exhausted, you go through the motions of undressing and preparing for bed, like a woman trapped in a distant dream. Finally, you collapse upon your large bed, alone with nothing but your tired body and more tired mind for company. Your eyelids grow so heavy you can scarcely keep them open, but a part of you is reluctant to allow them to close. For when you do, when you sleep and when you next awake, it will be the beginning of the end. Negotiations will take place, leaving little time for socializing and less for yourself. And with them, your fate, the fate of the treaties, the fate of the 7 nations, perhaps the fate of the very world itself will change. Much of your time at the summit has been miserable, even more of it stressful and difficult. And yet, while you are here, you can't imagine living any other sort of life, of no longer seeing these same people every day, if ever again. You never thought you would miss it, your life here. Well, you are not certain you will. But time stops for no lady, and it will not stop for you. Don't cry. What? You're telling me or yourself, Uncle Buck? Change is coming. And you are no longer able to fight off the sleep that is the only thing that stands between you and it. A new day dawns. You awaken reluctantly. While the sun fluttering across your face chases away your ability to sleep, it does nothing for the heavy soreness you can feel to your bones. But the world will not stop or slow simply because the events of last night, no, the events of the past 6 weeks entire, have left you soul-wearingly tired. The events of the world will always go on, especially today. For today is the first day of the final summit. Ba-bum! For the rest of the week, you, the other delegates, and the ambassadors will all be trapped together in a room until new treaties and agreements are reached. You always had a feeling you were sure to be part of such important things. That still doesn't make the coming prospect feel any less strange. Still, this is such an opportunity for anyone who is willing to take it. You aren't sure you are, but it's still true nonetheless. Stretching with a soft groan, you get out of bed and prepare for your day. Rhea has just finished helping you dress and left to fetch you a small breakfast when there is a soft knock on your door. 6 full weeks have passed. It's impossible that you wouldn't recognize that knock. Here to give me a summary of my week's schedule, Jasper? At your words, the door opens and, balancing a small tray, Jasper hesitates at your doorway.
Good morning, Lady Nicole. I've brought you a small breakfast, but you won't have much time to eat it, I'm afraid. It will be not only a busy day, but a busy week.
Under Jasper's firm supervision, you eat a quick breakfast, while he lectures you on what kind of things you might expect during the negotiations. Just as he is prepared to escort you out of your room and towards the room where they will be held, he pauses, looking at you seriously.
It's a heavy thing, the weight of this summit. To have it, and thus the fate of the world, at least, partially on you. I wish... But it is a weight that you will have to carry on your own. All I can do for you is tell you that I will be here, watching, and hoping that you manage to achieve everything you are hoping for. Good luck, Lady Nicole.
It is a long, solemn, and silent trip down the many twisted corridors, and endless hallways, of the castle, before you reach the right hallway, where Jasper leads you with one final stiff bow. You are not left alone for long. Before you can open the door to join your fellows, you are stopped.
Lady Nicole, there you are, at last. Hasn't anyone taught you how rude it is to keep an elder waiting? I suppose that is the least among your failings, so it's no matter. Despite your deficits, you are still here representing the great kingdom of GL and our interests. So do your very best not to make too much of a muck of it.
With a stiff nod and giving you no time to argue, the minister walks into the room, his chin pointed up and out like a weapon. The morning passes by in a blur. After a while, so many differing voices blend into one another, and it's hard to make out individual words anymore. Thankfully, for the sake of your headache, the polite aisle servants interrupt the chaos, suggesting that everyone take a break while they prepare and bring some tea and refreshments. So far, this suggestion is the only thing everyone in the room can agree on, so for a moment the negotiations pause. But that doesn't stop conversation. For this initial meeting of the final negotiations, you have had the misfortune to be seated far from anyone you know well. So while everyone around you instantly breaks into mini conversations of their own, you are left with nothing but your own thoughts and your bad habit of eavesdropping on all the conversations around you.
I imagine you are excited at the... I imagine you are excited at the prospect of returning home. I have missed it, I'll confess.
Another conversation catches your attention.
I hope you slept well last night. Bah, I never sleep well where I can't see the stars.
Elsewhere, another conversation catches your interest.
Is the tea to your liking?
It is, thank you.
The tea has been served by now, so you take a sip, but a conversation to your left draws your attention.
And how is your mother? And how is your mother? I heard she was not well. Yes, improving, last I heard. Thank you for the concern.
You are surrounded by a wave of politeness. While it isn't exactly everlasting blood bonds, it's a far cry from the initial hostility between the delegates of different nations. Still, it's hard not to remember that these negotiations are the only thing standing between the complete dissolution of many alliances. The break comes to an end and the negotiations begin again in earnest. Up until now, you have mostly been silent and getting a feel for the room. But this is your negotiation too. Now is the time to decide. How much are you going to focus on advancing your own interests, or is that less important than achieving your other goals? Your ambassador has made it clear there is at least some expectation you will be working for the goals of your nation. You could also focus your efforts on attempting to help broker a new age of peace, or even work for the complete opposite. It will be hard to balance achieving such goals at the same time you are also working for your own future interests, but you could attempt to balance the two. What do you want to do? I mean, I don't have... My only goal is to go... My only goal is to marry, Anna. I'm good. My own interests are completely unimportant when compared to my other goals. As this is the first day of negotiations, you truly doubt anything discussed today will truly stick. You have a feeling that today is not about what you say, but about how you say it. A chance to make an impression for the rest of the negotiations, if you will. So here's your chance to make your presence known if you want it. I'm taking a nap. Wake me up when the boring talking bits are over. Alright, that's pretty funny. How good a negotiator? Sadly, I have no idea what stats are needed for anything here. Totally blind on this part. Prove your knowledge. Probably, way to go, I'm very, very smart. I am very intelligent. Plus GL. I'll prove my knowledge and usefulness. You listen carefully, waiting for just the timing to show off the various things you know. You find the right moment to show off your extensive knowledge of history, and just how important that knowledge might be during these negotiations. The right moment comes to illustrate your deft command of politics. This is definitely the kind of knowledge that will be of use to you in the negotiations. You have learned many things from many perspectives. Although you don't claim them as such, you find an opportunity to use your street smarts and impress the room. You are certain you will have a chance to show off your extensive knowledge of warfare, and you do to great effect. While you know talking about your knowledge of animals and plants would make Emmett happy, sadly, it doesn't really have much use for the negotiations proper. While not perfectly extensive, the depth and breadth of your knowledge has nonetheless impressed and positioned you as someone to consult during the negotiations, which can only be a benefit to you. Impression made, or not, the negotiations and debate continue. Unsurprisingly, it's not long before the discussions become more and more heated. You have a chance to interject if you wish. Do my best to increase diplomacy and cooperation among the delegates and ambassadors. With this subtle strategy worthy of a great general, you pick just the right words, the right moments, your persuasiveness a force of nature unleashed. It's not long before you can see the attitude of the room shift, as everyone starts to truly listen to one another and cooperate. Despite the fact that the day is essentially filled with debates and conversations that simply goes into unproductive circles as everyone attempts to get in their opening syllables, you notice you aren't the only delegate trying to make an impression today. And not all of them are obvious about it. You notice that Avalie has her claws involved in a lot of different pots and is moving things around to suit her. Finally, after what seems like forever and with very little to show for it, the first day starts to come to a close. Exhausted, most of the delegates stumble to their rooms to have a quick dinner and fall asleep. Knowing that you have an entire week of such days ahead of you, you see the wisdom in that and head back to your room for the night yourself. It doesn't take long for you to fall into an exhausted slumber. A new day dawns. You slept well and without dreams. A part of you wonders if that is some sort of omen, but if it was, you don't know what kind it would be. You don't have much time to give the matter thought. After getting dressed and a quick breakfast, you were already headed back to the negotiations.
You must be...
Oh, no.
You must be madder than you look, pirate! You must admit that continuing on the way things are is hardly an acceptable solution. No nation in their right mind would simply condone the theft of their goods and risk to their ships of unchecked piracy. And your suggestion that we simply stop all things related to our culture, history, and livelihood is just as empty-sailed. What do you want us to do? Stay on an island and do nothing?
You feel a dull ache growing behind your eyes. It didn't take long from a simple question about naval law to turn into an hours-long debate, endlessly circling. These arguments are getting the discussions nowhere. While you aren't technically involved, you can still speak up at the first opportunity. It may seem impossible now, but I'm positive we can all reach an accord. Together we can make the negotiation of the century. It will take all of the skill and shrewdness of the clever Corvallis court, and it will also take all the flexible and brilliant spirit of the Heist nation. But together, I believe it can be done.
"6 weeks ago, I never would have thought I could find anything good of my time here. But I've been proven wrong time and again while I'm here. The situation between us might seem hopeless, but I'm sure we can prove ourselves wrong about that too.
The more time I have spent here at the summit with all of you, the more convinced I have become that the war would be a tragic waste. There is something here worth fighting to protect. I hope we can fight for it here today, together. I can't believe I had to wake up early for this. If we were simply going to retread the same boring arguments, you should have let me get my beauty sleep. I'm certain if we remember to show each other proper courtesy, this negotiation will go much smoother. Darlings, darlings! I'm sure we can sort things all out in time for a lovely supper with extra desserts.
Hell yeah! She knows what's up. She knows where it's at. She's got her priorities. Extra desserts, fuck yeah. Everyone come together. Everyone join together in the name of extra desserts. I lemon orange. Right? That's how to get everyone to, like, be eager to find a good solution. Like, well, shit, I'll make some concessions for extra desserts. Fuck yeah. Thank you for that, Princess Jaslyn. However, we haven't even started the proper negotiation as of yet. We have far to go before we reach an accord. Aside from our other disagreement, there's also a more immediate concern. The question of Henri and Jimin. How intriguing. Please go on. What question is there with our Lord Jimin? The Heist ambassador shoots you a momentary, questioning look. You nod encouragingly and she continues. I've been informed that it is their intention to marry, with Lord Jimin making residence with Henri and Heist. Have you? That is certainly unusual. It's only unusual if we see it so. And I take it you have a suggestion on how we should see it? It has been pointed out to me that we have a unique opportunity here. There's no reason their happiness can't also be useful to us, from a negotiation standpoint. I see. The room settles into a heavy pause. On the other side of the room, you can see Jimin gripping Henri's hand tightly, as if holding him back from something. The suggestion was yours to begin with. It might be a good idea for you to argue for it now. I've been waiting for just this chance. The captain is right. This is a great opportunity. Just the kind of opportunity we are sent to the summit for, is it not? We are all here to build relationships and marry one another. If there is any difference with Henri and Lord Jimin, it is that they are likely to do a much better job of it, as both of them love their countries and each other. As you start to speak up, many eyes eagerly turn in your direction. It seems you have more than enough sway over the room for people to listen when you speak. The Heist delegation sees little issue with formalizing the relationship between the two men. It seems that it is Corval you will have to convince. Thankfully, for the sake of your efforts, you are quite popular with Corval. When it comes from you, those from Corval are more willing to listen. You think you may be able to convince them with a little extra persuasion required. Taking a deep breath, you smile at the room and continue your argument. You talk about the beauty of love, and the tragedy of being kept apart, and of the glorious potential of two lives binding two nations together, as it binds their hearts. There are even some tears by the time you were done. You also savvily point out the more mercenary benefits, the potential for an increase not only in peace and understanding, but profit for both nations. Those who weren't moved by the arguments of the heart seem to be nodding along to your arguments of a more practical benefit. By the time you finish your speech, there are nods and general nods of agreement. I see your point, Lady Nicole. There is certainly a benefit in making this alliance an official one. I agree. They are both very capable young men. Together, I'm sure they will bring much benefit to both our nations. Yay! Apprentice matchmaker, you helped make true love official. Yay! I made true love official! Woo! We still have much ground to cover. Shall we move on? It has been mentioned to me that simply because we are negotiating treaties doesn't mean that we can't approach it like a trade. The Corval ambassador nods at you briefly. So assuming we wish to buy peace from one another, I'm sure there is something we want enough from each other for it to be worth the purchase. An interesting proposition. Question becomes if there is a price both nations are satisfied with. As a reminder that it's not as simple as proposing a trade to achieve one, the room falls into a brief moment of silence. Since you know that this turn of negotiation is thanks to your own suggestion, you might have some responsibility to pipe up. Or perhaps not. I should see my suggestion to fruition. If the question is if both Corval and Heist have enough to offer each other to make peace the most profitable option, the answer is a very easy yes. We have only been on this isle and known each other for such a short while. But everything I have learned about Corval and Heist and their peoples has convinced me you both have so much to offer. Why not to each other? You quickly get the attention of the room, as you are certainly one of the delegates people are most interested in hearing from during these negotiations. You take advantage of the moment to launch into more concrete suggestions and ideas. Your knowledge of warfare gives you some idea of naval advantages. There's no reason that Heiss's dominance of the seas can't be used in trade, not war. You know enough about the two nations and what they might want to suggest, and what they might want, to suggest products that might appeal cross-nationally. From Heiss's exotic fruits and unusual spirits, to Craval's expertise in fashion that survives heat and fine chocolates, you see eyes light up at your suggestions. It may not be something most of your peers at the summit spend a lot of time thinking about, but you know enough about practical matters to point out many practical advantages the nations and their goods and skills can provide. I have to go pee. I will be back in a moment. Hi, Scapegoat. Man, I really hope that I muted properly. Anyway, you love my acting, Uncle Buck? Thank you very much, Uncle Buck, for that. Are they in competition, or are they going to make love, or both? Yes. I think both. You know what, You know what, Scapegoat? As of now, I ship them. Also, that's her. Both of these are women. These are both women. You didn't hear anything? Good, good. You heard peeing? But I was going stealth. I was trying for stealth mode with my peeing. For the record, did you actually? Was the volume still going? Did I still have the volume on? I was withheld use of pronouns because I guessed that might be the case. But yes, these are both women. One on the left is a lot of women. Huge tracts of land, as they say. The one on the right, I mean, yeah, she's got a great outfit. Absolutely a great outfit on the right. I rarely lie, take that as you will. Who says what? The tracts of land? Even heard you slide into place and yes, you didn't mute. Tracts of land, huge tracts of land comes from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Anyway, It isn't long before other people, eyes lit up, start to suggest their own ideas, and the debate between the two nations turns into an engaged, eager one. Yeah, tracts of...
It's got huge tracts of land.
Debate turns into an engaged, eager one. It's possible that the start of a lasting trade partnership has been born here. You can only hope that the rest of the negotiations are successful enough that you might see idea become reality. A few more hours of negotiation pass, loudly. You can't help but notice the strangeness of time. To think that a week of talking, with less than a day given to any particular major conflict, is all that stands between chaos and peace, it can only seem far too little. Really need to watch that. I like every reference I ever hear from Monty Python. Oh, it's a fucking amazing movie. Holy Grail is an amazing movie. The fucking coconuts, man. But sitting through one of those days, it's like hours are stretched and frozen. An eternity hearing the same voices making the same arguments. Boobs, yep. Which is why when you get a break for luncheon, you are so grateful you might cry. Sadly, such grace never lasts long. Soon, you and everyone else are back at the negotiating table. Scapegoat going the old calculator route with that one. But the ambassadors at least seem satisfied they have made their initial points. While the focus of discussion still seems to be on the relations between Corval and Heiss, the discussion is more open. Which means if you have anything you want to say, suggest, or influence, now would be a good time. Of course I do. I wish to face the future head-on. That's right. This is your chance to make a difference, whatever that means for you. You are going to take it. I once said chaos, like chaos, phonetically, and I was bullied. But how old were you, Scapegoat? Since everyone respects your opinion so much, you think you might be able to successfully make multiple points. Remind them they weren't always at odds. History has a long memory, far longer than man. Perhaps by reminding them that things used to be different, the current Corval and Heiss will remember they have more in common than they now believe. There's a story about the birth of Heiss that few people remember today, but Corval and Heiss have been linked from the beginning. Before Heiss was more than an island where fruit and wildlife grew abundant, but no people or civilization thrived, pirates still existed. Last week, yeah, I was right. I think it was Babysitter's Club book. So maybe 30. It was a group of like-minded pirates building a haven where they could feel free, but also have a home that birthed what would become the great pirate nation we know today. And one of them was a fearless son of a merchant from what would become the Corval coast, before the split of the Rivarian Empire. At least, that was what she was born, before she realized that that was not the self or life that was true before she became a free pirate. Hey! Trans bad bitch pirate! But even as she helped create Heiss, she never stopped loving her family or the home she came from. It is due to her, Captain Rhea the Nighthawk, that as Heiss grew, it protected now Corval trade ships, and now Corval sent them supplies and help in return. The room looks at you in shocked stares, which doesn't surprise you much. Stories from before the fall of the old Rivarian Empire are sparse and seldom known. Dowager Countess Yvette affirms the truth of your story, however, and you can see the delegation start to look at one another thoughtfully. You think your story has succeeded in making them see their differences in a new light. Point out that they have a lot in common, like liquor. For a moment, the room falls into total silence after you mention their shared love for the finer drinks of life. But then both delegations cheer up at the mention of their various famous liquors. You have hope that the power of alcohol will bring the two nations closer together. Right up until a fierce debate on which nation truly makes the better alcohol starts in earnest. So that might not have been the best approach. It takes an effort equal to herding a bunch of drunk cats. But finally the delegates are brought back to the topic at hand. Impress both nations with your wit. There's always opportunity to increase your own influence if you're savvy enough to take it. And you are. You take the opportunity to lightly poke fun of the seriousness of the room, wielding your clever wit with the skill of a master swordsman. While it does nothing to change the current state of negotiations, you can tell the room appreciates you for the gift of a moment's laughter. You think you can probably argue one more thing to the room before everyone is ready to move on. Propose Heiss and Corval become more than just allies or trade partners. There is such an opportunity here if we take it. Apart, both Heiss and Corval have so much strength, so much wealth, and so much to offer. But working together, truly together, not just casual allies, not just trade partners, but true partners? Just think of everything you could accomplish. Together you could form a naval and trade partnership such as history has never seen. And together that partnership could bring such wealth, innovation, and success that would uplift everyone in both nations for generations to come. There is a heavy silence as the room takes in your words, but you can see the tides start to turn as the wheels turn behind the eyes of the ambassadors. I could certainly see the benefit in such an arrangement. As could I. No one knows the seas better than a Haas sailor. And no one knows profit and trade like a Corval merchant. If Corval provides the goods, and Haas protected and delivered them. It seems you have given us a proposal worth thinking about, Lady Nicole. This, I mean the Hopper painting, which is one of all Foodie's favorites. I remember stuff. It's a good painting. No agreements are made, but that they will both consider the suggestion as negotiations continue. Soon the conversation moves on again. The negotiations have reached a point where everyone is exhausted and speaking in circles, but dinner and the end of the day's discussions might as well feel like centuries away. So when the servants suggest it might be a good time for a break for refreshments, they might have been offering everyone a castle's worth of gold the way that everyone turned with desperate, hopeful eyes their way. The room breaks into small clumps as everyone drinks their tea and nibbles refreshment, while avoiding talking about anything to do with negotiations or taking advantage of the opportunity to privately do the opposite, depending on their natures. It is exactly the sort of opportunity you could use yourself if you were in the mind to do some backroom dealing of your own. For instance, if you plan on using your knowledge that Prince Arad is so much more than he pretends to be against Corval, now is the time. All it would take is a word in the right pirate's ear, and Heiss would have quite the advantage when things come to conflict. And by doing so, you are sure to move things so that conflict is more of a when and not an if. No! No! No, I'm not... No! No, I still hope things will end up peacefully. You decide this is one secret, better kept to yourself. Despite today's matters being focused on the affairs of her own country, and having both rank and her brother's ear, and thus being in the perfect position to wield influence, Princess Jaslyn has proven disinterested and uninvolved in the discussions. Knowing what you know about her, and knowing exactly how bad it could get for her if her brother, the Emperor, were to learn exactly what she's been getting up to while away from his court, you imagine it wouldn't be hard to change that. All it would take is a few carefully chosen words and unspoken threats, and you wouldn't be the least surprised if Princess Jaslyn suddenly has an opinion on the negotiations and how they should go. Your opinion. You suspect it will be effective, if not the most moral thing to do. Do you want to blackmail Princess Jaslyn? I mean... I don't even remember what I know about her. To encourage peace between Heiss and Corval? No, I'm too ethical. No. Blackmail is wrong no matter the goal. Some secrets are best kept that way, especially when they could do so much damage. Before long, the brief reprieve from negotiations proper is over, and the endless discussions begin again. This time you know there will be no break until the day is ended with dinner. Conversation, and quite honestly endless debate, continues. Finally, the time for dinner and the end of the day grows nearer and nearer. Until at last you think you only have one final chance to argue for something, at least when it comes to the issue of Corval and Heiss. Tomorrow another issue will take central stage, Corval and Heiss's disagreements fading to the shadows until it's time for final treaties to be written, or not. Using the day's final opportunity, you decide to once again work towards peaceful resolution. No matter how difficult it is a path to walk, however difficult a path it is to walk, you are determined to do everything you can to foster peace between Heiss and Corval. Your popularity with Heiss makes your job quite a bit easier. They are more likely to listen to you and more willing to do what you ask, even when that means making compromises with Corval. Having addressed Heiss, you move on to address Corval, hoping they too will be willing to compromise in the name of peace. Your popularity with Corval makes sure your words are heard, and that they are willing to do as you ask. Damn, I am super popular with everyone. God damn. Everybody loves me. Take Scooter? What? Your popularity with Corval makes sure your words are heard and that they are willing to do as you ask. Finally, after more arguing, discussions, and heated negotiations, dinner, and thus the end of the day's talks, is called. After today's discussions, you are so exhausted that even the aisle food, which is certainly the best you have ever had, barely tempts your appetite. Still, despite a day filled with nothing but endless debate, it seems plenty of people in the room still have the energy to continue discussions over dinner. That gives you the perfect opportunity to get a feel for how the day went, and how hostilities between Heiss and Corval are now looking. Said something about how it was hard to walk? Oh. Okay, I'm with you now. The delegates of Corval and Heiss are laughing loudly together, excitedly brainstorming together. Looking at them now, it's hard to believe how much conflict they came into the summit with. If today is any indication, a rare time of cooperation and peace between the two nations is about to begin. You must not be the only one struggling with a failing appetite. Dinner is finished in record time and everyone gratefully heads back to their rooms, determined to get what rest they can. Remembering you still have 5 more days of the same, you hurry to join them. You take a long, hot bath before settling into bed, where sleep claims you almost instantly. A new day dawns. Morning person or not, you would bet your entire fortune that in your position there is not a single person who would arise easily today. Still, the sunshine ignored your passionate desire to stay abed, and in complete defiance of your mood, cheerfully danced across your face. You have finally pulled yourself out of bed and finished readying for what is sure to be one of the most tiring days of your life, just in time to be properly attired to answer a soft knock on your door. You invite the knocker inside, only to be presented with a hearty breakfast from a shy maid who tells you Jasper suggested you take as much strength as you could this morning. After taking his advice as much to heart as you can manage, you head down the long, maze-like corridors of the Isle Castle until you once again return to the room where the future of the world is being shaped. I don't understand why you are wasting so much time with this. It's not like Skult is our equal. Why should we debate like they are? If it weren't honourless to duel goat boys who can't even lift sticks, I would show you how far from equal we are, boy. I was just saying, it's not like Skult has anything to offer, Wellen. What could an advanced country like ours get from heathen savages? Oh, I can think of things I wish to give you very much. It's too early in the morning for the level of bloodthirstiness going around the room. You rub your head gingerly. Left to their own devices, you won't be surprised if sharpened cutlery comes out. Well, you aren't directly involved. I mean, I'm marrying into Skult. You know that what happens will be important to both you and your future. For the sake of your betrothed, if not the world, you could speak up at the first opportunity. It may not seem like it, but I'm positive there is so much Skult and Wellen have to offer one another. While it's true they are very different places, that means that they have even more to offer one another. As long as we can overcome our prejudices and learn to see one another for who we really are and what strengths we really have, I think that something amazing can come for a new relationship. Culturally, medically, financially, politically, I'm certain an open exchange can only lead to great growth. When I first came to this land and water, I thought there was nothing but angriness. We and Skult were too different from all of you. That blood was the only truth left. But that was wrongness. I have met much strength and wisdom here. I have hoping now that we can combine it with ours. I hope that we will come to an accord today that satisfies us all. We may be stronger together than alone. Even that means talkings, but we may be stronger together than alone. Even if that means talkings, and more talkings.
Our certain today will prove most illuminating. I look forward to listening.
Let's all do our best to listen and understand one another.
It is my hope that today's words will not be empty, but the sprouts of wisdom.
Oh, let's get started, yes? So much to cover, so much to do. We don't want to put an excessive burden on our lovely princess, so let's jump right in.
There is truth in beauty in the songs and history of our people. But coming here and seeing glimpses myself has only encouraged my belief that ours isn't the only song with beauty and worth. It is my hope that our threads brought together will bring more beauty and honor both our gods.
A beautiful sentiment. Ambassador, you truly think we would be better off sharing culture with these lovely, albeit a bit unusual people led by these very capable women? Yes, I think I do. But Ambassador!
Interrupt, voicing your own support of Wellen and Skult, sharing knowledge and culture. You have just the way with words to make sure that everyone hears, understands, and wants to believe what you are saying. You eloquently interrupt, making an impassioned plea to the beauty and benefit of cultural and knowledge exchanges. By the end of your impromptu speech, heads are nodding along and tentatively looking at each other with new eyes. After giving you a polite nod and making sure you have nothing more to say, the Wellen ambassador clears his throat, loudly.
Why, this is a most momentous occasion! Momentous! So many wonderful, lovely people here, working together. It is almost too wonderful for words. If only it wasn't almost.
Damn, Woodley, shading your own ambassador. Shading your own ambassador like that. The ambassador ignores, or perhaps doesn't actually notice, the stage whisper and following laughter. Instead, he slips into a long speech that seems to boil down to an expression of mutual goodwill that doesn't seem especially helpful in this situation. After one particularly painful silence when he asks for agreement, the ambassador looks at you, hope in his eyes. Do you want to jump in with a suggestion of your own? Yeah, I think it's time to jump in with a more substantive suggestion. The ambassador's speech, while full of hope and mutual goodwill and belief that even Skult and Wellen have things to learn from each other, is sadly lacking on focus, or even on possible application. It is definitely time for you to step in with a plan of actual action. I mean, I kind of like that. I kind of like this idea just because, like, get to hang out with Penelope. Not sure how well the idea will go over, though. Suggest Princess Penelope goes to Skult for an extended state visit. I think that Princess Penelope making a state visit makes the most sense. She will be able to learn so much of and from Skult, and they from her. It will be a sign of trust, cooperation, and the beginning of a true era of cooperation and understanding between Wellen and Skult. Yes, yes! Send the pretty princess to us! We can make a real woman out of her! No! Our princess is lovely and sweet! To send her to that! We would be very happy to host the princess. I'm certain her coming would please both our gods. Well, I'm not sure what God will have to do with it. I think the princess should make her own choices here. The dissenting voices stop at the ambassador's words, as every eye in the room finds its way squarely on a terrified Princess Penelope. It's all right, Penelope. There's no need for you to go. If there's need for a state visit, we can send someone else. She nods miserably. Oh. Well, that's disappointing. I guess I didn't get her enough courage or something like that. I'll be there! I'll be there, Penelope! I will be in Skult. You'll be visiting me, goddammit! Suggest both countries throw a series of parties and invite the other. You pipe in with your suggestion that both countries will naturally get to know one another, and grow closer through celebrations and parties. Well, damn. I'm guessing this one isn't going to be, Well, fine. Looks like this is... The princess has no need to fear. We do not kidnap women against their will. Well, that was my idea. Despite the best efforts of the ambassadors and everyone being on surprisingly good behavior, especially for the Skult warriors, the morning's discussions have made very little progress. So when the Isle servants politely interrupt with an offer of tea, scones, and a break, everyone sighs with relief. After a respite, and, most seemingly the most important of all, if the renewed energy of the Skult delegation is anything to go by, food, everyone seems ready to resume. Still, no one has yet brought up anything in particular to discuss, which means if you have anything you want to say, suggest, or influence, now would be a good time. Of course I do. I wish space could get your head on. Troy, this is your chance to make a difference, whatever that means for you. You are going to take it. Since everyone respects your opinion so much, you think you might be able to successfully make multiple points. Impress everyone with your understanding of how nations should protect themselves. Well, never mind that then. An exchange of medical information could be in order. You know that Welland has doctors that specialize in scientific medicine. Skult, on the other hand, has many natural healers and a wealth of herbs and plants. You are certain that they have much to learn from one another, and they could develop much more effective medicines and methods if they worked together. Your explanation and suggestion is greeted with skepticism at first, but as Earl Emmon enthusiastically backs you up on the value of medicinal plants and herbs, and Duke Leon agrees to the value of medical innovation, you sense the mood in the room starts to change. In case I'm murdered in the next 20-odd minutes, have a good time. Thanks, Grapegoat. You are fairly certain your suggestion has taken root. Perhaps, if peace is negotiated, and you think suggestions like yours will most certainly help, someday you might have a new medical treatment named after you. Annual tea parties! Excited at the thought of peace through small cakes and proper tea, you suggest that both nations should gather together for a tea party. While Princess Penelope's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, it quickly got bogged down in the difficulties of the practicalities. In the end, the conversation moves on without any good or bad being done. Missionaries? Perhaps Skult should allow missionaries from Welland? Yeah, nope, not doing that one. Let's see if this helps. Guess not. You don't like Missioner? Hell no. Alright, how about war? 85. No. Solstice. Damn. Ow. Oh shit, there's other stuff here. Working together, they could weaponize cutlery. Both nations could hold a tournament. Nope. Point out there are some real trade opportunities here. You decide to point out the various goods and sundries they could trade to mutual benefit. You know how practically important salt is, and Skult has plenty of it. They also have plenty of furs and meats brought back from their warriors and hunters. All would be welcome in Welland. Skult doesn't have a lot of the little luxuries. You know it's human nature to enjoy such things, and Welland has plenty to spare. All of your reading and studies have taught you the importance of fresh food for health. Welland has a thriving agricultural trade, a good match for the nomadic Skult. You know enough about warfare to realize that Skult has many blacksmiths, metals, and materials. Welland has fine crafters as well as demand. As long as they aren't planning on using them on each other, it seems a good match. Your less savory education has made some things clear to you. Life is much easier with the proper tools. Many tools are common in Welland, but non-existent in Skult. There is definitely opportunity here. You are politically savvy enough to know that certain objects will always be given great value. Skult is full of gems and unusual art, both of which could go for a premium in Welland. Premium. At your wealth of knowledgeable suggestions, you can see possibility and interest sparkling in the room, as if they were physical things. Thanks to your efforts, the mutual benefit of good relations has never been more obvious or concrete. You think you can probably argue one more thing. In your time at the summit, you have noticed the Skult's constant brandishing of their silverware. Since Welland makes the finest silver and cutlery in the nations, and Skult is the fondest of weapons, it seems a natural combination. I did mean that as a joke. Make everyone feel good about themselves. You won't get much done, but you will earn some more goodwill. No matter how busy things are, very few people mind a break where they are made to feel good about themselves. And you have just the skill of it. Knowing people and knowing just what to say to make them feel better. A few comments here and a few comments there, and you are sure you have earned some goodwill that will be useful during these tense negotiations. While the denizens of Welland's upper crust were no stranger to endless negotiations and deals, although admittedly more often of the backroom variety, the Skult delegation was obviously not so familiar. In fact, they looked about as comfortable at the summit negotiation table as if they were being held there by chains and spikes and not diplomacy. Only their strange ambassador seemed immune to the strain. At least no one had been stabbed or mauled with impromptu weapons fashioned out of the furniture. Although not because no one had the urge, of that you were certain. Still, despite that, the discussions continued, although they were certainly no model example of diplomatic etiquette. Which is to say, the servants rather forcefully interrupted for another break after a particular shrill screaming session resulted in the displacement of several chairs, a table, and an antique water jug. Once the guilty parties were separated and looking to be receiving lengthy lectures from their respective ambassadors, everyone else gathered in small clumps around the room, pockets of conversation breaking out. The break is called to a halt and negotiations start again. As true of the rest of the day, the next few hours are filled with raised voices, communication difficulties, and frustrations, as well as progress. Finally, the time for dinner and the end of the day grows nearer and nearer. Soon there is only a single additional chance to argue for something, at least when it comes to the issues between Welland and Skult. Using the day's final opportunity, you decide to, once again, work towards peaceful resolution. You are determined to do everything you can to stop the impending conflict between Skult and Welland. Your popularity with Welland makes your job quite a bit easier. They are more likely to listen to you and more willing to do what you ask, even when that means making compromise with Skult. Having addressed Welland, you move on to address Skult, hoping they too will be willing to compromise in the name of peace. Popularity with Skult makes sure your words are heard and that they are willing to do as you ask. As if offering salvation, especially for the Skult delegates, dinner, and thus an end to endless debates, arguments, and discussions, is called. It is hard to believe that the week of negotiations still isn't halfway over, especially with how draining all of these talks have been. Still, even as you pick at your food and try not to fall asleep into your soup, it's hard not to notice that people in the room still have energy. You might not have the energy to say much to your seatmates, but you still can use this opportunity to see how the attitude in the room is, and get a feel for how the relations between Skult and Welland are looking. The delegates of Welland and Skult are laughing loudly together, joking and brainstorming. Looking at them now, it's hard to believe how much conflict they came into the summit with. If today is any indication, a rare time of cooperation and peace between the two nations is about to begin. When dinner finishes, you escape gratefully to the relative sanctuary of your room. Despite your deep, bone-abiding weariness, even after getting ready for the night and hurrying to your bed, you find sleep is elusive. Your brain whirls in tired circles until finally you fall into a restless sleep. New day dawns! There becomes a point when you can become accustomed to even bone weariness and the strangest of circumstances. It seems as though this morning might be that point, as you get ready for the day with nothing but a feeling of acceptance that it will be another very long, very trying day. So it is with resigned composure that you leave your room and make your way down the endless labyrinth of corridors until you reach the negotiation room, where a new day of negotiations is about to begin.
Truly, how you can so arrogantly declare yourself the knowledge center of the world when you don't even acknowledge the truth of the one God.
It is exactly that sort of insulting desire to remake everyone you interact with in your own image that limits your own progress.
Like a bunch of ancestor-worshipping heathens have any right to declare what is progress and what is not.
Attitudes like yours are exactly why GL should go back to concentrating on our own affairs and leave the rest of the world to doom themselves in peace.
What a cowardly suggestion! At least in our land, we always know where our duty truly lies.
No one can argue ideology like those from Arland and GL. It doesn't seem to matter that it's too early in the morning and that you are smack in the middle of the most exhausting week of your respective lives. The arguments have been going full force and no one seems the least inclined to slow. It is certainly not as if you are not used to lengthy, passionate debates, but this is far from the logical and scholarly realm of disagreement you are comfortable with. And even you cannot ignore how far-reaching the consequences of these emotional debates may be. You notice several eyes turning in your direction, clearly implying they are waiting for you to express your own thoughts. You have a feeling that these arguments could quite literally go on forever if you allow them to. While you aren't technically involved, it's my fucking home country and I am involved! You can still speak up at the first opportunity. The differences between GL and Arland may actually end up being a great benefit to both nations. The more different we are, the more we have to teach and learn from one another. Think of what could happen if Arland and GL truly worked together. There could be so much to come of it, both nations, that would otherwise be impossible. I'm positive that working together we can truly change the future, to be a better place for our children and their children. Avalie sweeps the room with her gaze and then smiles in the wake of her examination.
There's no need for hostility. Everyone here is hoping for something, some idea or deal. Rather than our differences, I for one am much more interested to hear what those hopes and desires are.
Some might argue that any system set forth by man is doomed to someday crack under its flaws, because mankind is essentially flawed and self-serving, even in the face of pain, destruction, and the loss of progress. I might even have argued that before I came here. But we all have a choice. A choice whether we stupidly allow ourselves to be cogs in a broken system, or whether we become selfish, immoral sludge stains on history and the hope of a better future. But we all have another choice, a choice we must make, lest we become the morally repugnant failures that so many with power seem to become. We all have power, here, today, and a duty to use it responsibly. Shirking that duty, hiding from that truth, isolating ourselves from the fallout, it's just another way of cowardice and weakness. I have no desire to fail, to be weak, to be a coward. I trust the same is true for the rest of you. We will all be judged for what happens here. We all deserve to be.
God damn! That's probably the most words he's spoken this entire time at the place on the island. Shit, he probably spoke more there than he has the rest of the time on the island combined.
My time here has proved more than ever that there is more we have in common than differences. I have spent time in all 7 of the kingdoms. They all have something unique and beautiful. I hope we can all see that here today when it matters most. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, we are all making history here. I advise you to make sure your part is one you can live with, whatever happens from now. We must remember we are all here as representatives of greater powers. Remember your families and your duties. Do your kings proud. I'm certain discussions should prove most interesting. I already told our king this is sure to be a waste of time, but I am here to do my duty to king and country, as should all of you. With all due respect, I doubt we will agree on what exactly wastes time and what does not. Disagreeing with you is something I can fundamentally agree with. Alond and GL have more in common than you might suppose, Ambassador. We both believe in duty and honoring those who came before us. Then, like us, perhaps it would serve Arlond well to ignore the affairs of outsiders and return focus to home. But that is where we disagree. Arlond has long believed our duty included outsiders and their affairs. While I disagree it is a duty, as I have said recently, there is some value to be had in open borders and a more international approach.
Take the opportunity to once again agree. Making sure to continue to give the GL ambassador all undue credit, you hurried to agree with his wisdom, gaining a grudging nod of approval from him. I love Leon. He is good. Leon is good. Kato is so awful. Kato is like the shittiest boss. Kato, like, he's one of those just absolutely shitty bosses. Thinks his shit doesn't stink. And, will disagree with things, will reject other shit just because it wasn't his idea. But if a good idea does come along, he will grab it, seize it, and claim it for his own. Even the harshest critic of GL's current international relations softening, if only so partially, you are certain it will be easier to convince GL to remain part of international affairs as negotiations continue. Conversation continues in similar loops, with little real progress or connections being made. With the same almost supernatural sense of timing that the Isle servants all seem to possess, refreshments are served and a temporary halt is called and enjoyed. Satisfied with the break, the room seems strangely reluctant to return to negotiations. You can tell this week has started to wear on everyone involved. A tired, reluctant avoidance of launching back into negotiations won't last long, and it presents you an opportunity. If you have anything you want to say, suggest, or influence, now would be a good time. Face the future head on. Chance to make a difference, whatever that means for you. You are going to take it. Multiple points. Ooh, that's a good one. Perhaps they could build a joint history library. You know that their history and their lineage is important to both nations. Perhaps a joint project celebrating that will help bring GL and Arlon together. You managed to give an impressive appeal for the idea. Your expansive knowledge of the history of both nations allows you to fill your speech with specific examples of people, books, and events that show they have more in common than they might think. Both sides enjoy the idea they might have special historical knowledge, and agree that combining their resources might create a library for the ages. GL, donate Leon to the Arlon Royal Library. People can't be donated. People can't be donated. That's such a great... Put forth the idea of having chefs train in different nations and return with new recipes and talents. Food is one part of culture that most people are excited about sharing. There have long been sayings about winning people's hearts with your cooking. Why shouldn't it apply to nations as well? You have enough practical knowledge, both on cooking and how they might be trained, that you present an excellent case for your idea. There are many enthusiastic nods and even some discreet drooling when the delegates discuss their favorite national dishes. It seems your idea has some diplomatic merit after all. One more thing. Yeah, I'm not going to suggest that one. Poetry contest? Guess not. Ask Leon if he has any ideas. Leon is silent for a moment, either surprised that you would use this opportunity to call him out, or silently gathering his thoughts. Perhaps both.
Religion has much cultural, historical, and intellectual importance in our land. GL has many scholars with many different interests. If given the opportunity to learn about Arlon's churches, religion, and given access to their archives, many scholars of GL would be interested. And what our scholars learn, they share and teach. It seems mutually beneficial.
The Duke's suggestion is met with agreement from the GL side, and interest from the Arlon one. It seems he has truly come upon something that could eventually become a project that truly helps the two nations grow a real cooperation. After much clearing of throats, stiff conversation, and even more circular discussions, the length of the day's talk begins to wear on you. You are certain you are not the only one. The Arlon delegation is passionate and dutiful, but they too have limits. The GL delegation is familiar with debates and discussions. They have been trained in diplomacy, but they are also human, and you can see they too are tired. You doubt any more will be accomplished without a break. The servants appear almost as soon as the thought crosses your mind. The aisle servants are almost eerie in their efficiency and timing. Tea and snacks are served, and an official break is called. Everyone is otherwise distracted. Everyone, except one, that is. Lord Averley is busy surveying everyone else, carefully noting everything and everyone in the room. I get the feeling she's the only one who's not tired. She's in her element right now. Averley is having the time of her goddamn life. This doesn't surprise you, however. You don't think Lady Averley ever really takes a break. It's strange. Those brief breaks during negotiations at once are over in a single blink and last forever. As much as everyone needs those moments of salvation from endless politics, those same endless politics are never far from anyone's mind. So they wait for the last delegate to drink the final dregs in their cups, and the servants to remove the last crumb-filled plate, and the unofficial signal for negotiations to resume can take forever. Which is why when it happens, the room is filled with renewed desire for people to speak their piece and get their final say. The final part of a day's negotiations are a battle for people to be heard, including you, should you want to take part. This could be your final chance to argue for something today, whether your aims are diplomatic, the opposite, or personal. Using the day's final opportunity, you... Peace is a boring aim. Do your best to convince GL and Arlon not only to work together, but with the world at large. You have struggled since you got here to figure out why you are here and what you can do, and this is your answer. Your popularity with GL makes your job quite a bit easier. They are more likely to listen to you and more willing to do what you ask, even when that means finding common ground with Arland and the rest of the known world. Which means it's time to turn your attention to the Arland delegation. Your popularity with Arland makes sure you're heard to word and that they are willing to do as you ask. Finally, the rush of last thoughts are cut off and the evening's discussions are called to a halt. It's time for dinner. As strange and exhausting as the negotiations are, they are beginning to feel familiar, even normal. As such, you have some more appetite and energy during dinner. You would even feel up to some interesting dinner conversation. It is your luck, then, you are stuck at the end of a table with the only conversation going on in your immediate earshot being a detailed rendition of all of Great Aunt Milda's many, many detailed health complaints. Poor Aunt Milda! Still, the lack of interesting dinner companions and conversation does present you an unfettered opportunity to observe the room and get a feel for how today's negotiations went. The delegates of GL and Arland are smiling broadly, heads close, excitedly brainstorming together. Looking at them now, it's hard to believe how much distance and mistrust they came into the summit with. If today is any indication, a rare time of cooperation and peace between the two nations is about to begin. Finally, for the sake of you not hearing any more details about Great Aunt Milda and her many, many symptoms, dinner is finished. That's honestly funny to me. That is honestly a good joke. Damn Aunt Milda. Great Aunt Milda. Great Aunt Milda needs some of that fancy medicine from Welland and herbal medicine from Skult. You walk slowly back through the silent hallways, your mind full of thoughts about the negotiations and what might happen on the morrow. But you can't shake the feeling that there is something important you have missed. Something that is going on that you don't have the full picture of. It's a frustrating feeling, but you don't know what that missing piece of information might be. With a sigh, you realize that you have reached your room. You enter your room quite ready for the day to be over. But it quickly becomes clear that, in truth, the day is far from over. For sitting comfortably on one of your couches, as if she were the owner of the room and not you, sits Princess Gisette.
Ah, Lady Nicole. Mon cher, at last. Come, sit. I think it's far time we had a little chat, don't you?
Perhaps it is a symptom of your overtired brain, but you are having trouble keeping up with what exactly is happening. So, despite yourself, you find yourself sitting down across from Gisette, curious what she could possibly be up to.
I apologize for interrupting your evening, Lady Nicole, but I have a proposition you might find tempting. I have found it difficult to do everything I wish during the summit. The time has gone so quickly. A dilemma I am certain you are equally familiar with. As such, I have reached the limit of what I might achieve on my own, with little time to spare. Which is when I thought of you, Lady Nicole. We might not be very well acquainted, but I would not be here if you weren't someone I both admired and believed I have much in common with. You have been able to go places I have not, see things I have not, befriend people I have not. If you are the woman I think you are, you will know why that matters. Oh. I'm hoping you will also know other things, the things that will, in the end, benefit us both for the sharing.
Having told you, without ever in fact mentioning anything you could ever usefully repeat, Princess Gisette simply watches you from partially closed lids, like nothing so much as a sleepy cat. Knowing what you know, it's painfully obvious what she is after. Princess Gisette knows there is a rebel faction active, both in Revere and here at the summit. And the timing of her little visit? She wants names from you, so she can act before they manage to secure any recognition or allies on the global stage. If you give her the names you are positive that you will be able to use the new royal's debt to you, to your own benefit. Oh, if you give her the names you are positive that you will be able, if you gave her the names, you are positive that you will be able to use the new royal's debt to you to your own benefit, but it won't be without cost. One way or another, if you give Gisette the names, there will be blood on your hands. The choice is yours. Sadly, I was not able to join the rebel faction myself. Didn't get close enough with Sarah, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to sell out the rebels though. I do feel like this is much more useful to me. But this will get people killed. And I'm not sure the new royals can be trusted, frankly. Gisette and Jared are both fucking awful. Jared is the worst man in the game. Gisette is the worst woman in the game. You know? Gisette's probably the worst character in this entire game. Which makes her so interesting. Like, she is really interesting. She's a great character. It's just... I think she is unquestionably the worst person in the game. Let Rivera sort out their own problems. I wish no part in any of this. You give her a non-committal smile. Forgive me, Your Highness, but I'm merely an outsider in this affair. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do for you. You can feel the chill of her suddenly icy smile cut straight to your bone. I see. So long as you, and one would hope all other outsiders, keep to such polite non-interference, then I suppose I shall have to be content. I must excuse myself for now, for it seems I still have much to do before I might sleep. Good evening, Lady Nicole. The departure of Princess Gisette was almost as abrupt as her sudden appearance. You can only hope that no one else plans on ambushing you tonight. It has been a very, very long day. You can feel the exhaustion aching in every bone, and your eyelids are weighted with iron. You stumble into your bed and are asleep before your head even hits the pillow. New day dawns! You wake up feeling heavy, almost as if you were physically weighed down by the pressure of the knowledge of how little time you have left for negotiations. Whatever your goals, hopes, and dreams for this summit, you have very little time left to achieve any of them. Cato and head butler are the worst. Cato's an asshole, and the head butler is a douche nozzle. But no, Gisette is... scheming, manipulative, murderous. She is kinda evil. Gisette is just kinda evil. Are we done yet? Almost, Buttercup. We got like 2 days left. And success will require all of your efforts, despite your exhaustion. You pull yourself up and quickly get ready with the efficient help of Rhea, who runs off as soon as you are ready, as she promised to assist in the kitchen later. Watching Rhea rush about, you can't help but think about your other maid. Despite the fact that you were indeed assigned 2 maids to help you during the summit, Rhea is usually the only one around. While Sarah was present sometimes, more often than not she seemed to be mysteriously elsewhere. Despite that, it seemed that no one objected to her behavior. Upon reflection, the whole situation is very strange. Well, However strange it is, you don't have time to worry about it now. She's a in-game days. 2 in-game days, Buttercup. Sarah is part of the rebel faction. It's time to leave for another day of negotiations. You walk slowly through the hallways, struck for a moment with a sense of strange nostalgia. Nothing in your life has been as strange as your time at the summit. In a sense, nothing that has happened since you arrived has felt real. But sometimes you wonder if it is your life before the summit that was like a dream, and everything that has happened here is what is real. You've only been here for almost 7 weeks, but in a way, the strange castle on the Stranger Isle feels like home, even when you know there are still places you might get lost in it. It's hard to imagine that it will soon be time to leave here, in all likelihood for forever. You can't help but think of all the strange things and ideas you have encountered, and all the things you have learned since you arrived here. Even for someone as normally independent as yourself, the summit has been difficult to get through basically alone. You can't help but feel a little proud of how much you have managed. The summit, the negotiations, the famous and mysterious isle. Everything you have been experiencing has been something few ever lived through. So much so, it almost feels like you have been starring in a tale, and not your own life. You have always thought you would make an excellent heroine, but even for you, these past few weeks hardly feel real. But soon it will all be over, and you will return to whatever remains of your past life, or what new life your choices and time here will have made. You can't help but feel strange about the prospect, not just because of what will be new, but what was old as well. In a way, you feel you have lived an entire lifetime these past few months, yet you know that it will soon be over, and your life, as well as the world, will never be the same. It leaves you with a strange feeling, and you slow down even further, lost in your thoughts, which are only interrupted with the hard impact of your nose ramming it straight into Prince Jared's chest. You hurriedly jump back. He scowls fiercely at you.
What will you all going?
You apologize, but he merely snorts at you in disdain before striding off, heading towards down the hallway with determined strides. In the wake of Jared's abrupt exit, the hallway now seems even quieter than before. All you can hear is your own breathing and the beating of your heart. With a shake of your head, you decide to keep going. The day's negotiations are sure to begin soon, and you don't want to miss them.
There's no need to keep focusing on the past. Revere has changed. Indeed, which is exactly why our former allies are sure to have reservations about renewing our relationship. You sound like you want alliances to fail. Does it? How strange.
It's impossible for any nation to have universal unity of thought. Even at the summit, when there are only 7 delegates and an ambassador, complete agreement is a distant dream. But for Revere, it's different. It's like the entire nation is filled with cracks, and all it will take is a little poke, and the whole thing will shatter into pieces. Since you aren't from Revere yourself, you aren't sure how much outsiders will be able to do. They seem to be more concerned with one another than with the other nations, despite what they are currently arguing about. Although the current debate isn't leaving much room for you or anyone to interject, it's certainly not going anywhere. Might be a good chance for you to interject if you wish. I'm sure there's a solution that benefits not just all of Revere, but all of her allies as well. It's easy to lose sight of the real picture by focusing on old slights, old grudges, past mistakes, past pain. But the problem with being trapped by the past is that it takes away the endless possibilities that come with the future. There is a better future. For Revere. For all of us. I know it seems foolish, unrealistic, impossible, but it doesn't have to be an unlikely dream. We can make it real. No matter where we are from or how different we are, we can make anything happen as long as we are willing to work together.
Unlike some weaker countries, we don't need anyone else. We are strong enough to deal with everything on our own. Ha ha ha.
Damn it, I'm losing my French accent. I practiced a French accent so much when we did that game about the French Revolution. Ambition, a minuet in power. You notice I haven't been able to practice it this entire time. We haven't been dealing with any Revere people.
Unlike some weaker countries, we don't need anyone else. We are strong enough to deal with everything on our own.
While I appreciate my brother's confidence, whatever we might need, I can assure you all that Revere is of course interested in re-establishing our nation's great tradition of mutually beneficial relationships.
One thing to return things to the way they used to be? An interesting suggestion, Princess. Princess Gisette shoots you an icy look before smiling coldly.
Oh, I have quite a few more interesting ideas.
Sometimes it's better to handle things privately. What are the two of you even yapping on about? Who wants to listen to this nonsense? Move on or let's just fight it out!
Just say Tabernacle.
Prince Gerard has a point, in his unique way. Endless discussion solves nothing. We should either take action or stop wasting everyone's time. While it's possible for us to accomplish a great deal here today, we have to stop bickering. Everyone here has something or someone they want to protect. Tabernacle.
Today, if we manage to stop fighting and start doing something, we might be able to do just that. Surely we can all have something worth the effort and worth the risk. With the end of the ambassador's curt speech, the conversation briefly grows more productive, but it is not long before once again there's loud disagreement. Forget working with other countries, even the delegates of Rivera can't get on the same page. You suspect they are not even in the same book. You know things aren't peaceful in Rivera, and that conflict is brewing just underneath the surface. However, you have chosen not to involve yourself in this mess. Just because you are hearing them argue about it in front of you doesn't mean that you're going to change your mind now. Deciding there was no point in torturing yourself listening to the endless arguments and barely suppressed killing intent, you stopped paying attention, giving yourself a break for the rest of the day. It has been a very long day. Not only has it been filled with arguing, but the arguments are clearly just covers for what people are really unhappy about. You are sure that nothing has been resolved by the day's efforts. You have a feeling that a lot more private meetings are going to be happening over the next few days before anything is settled. And that's assuming that anything might end up settled. What are the two nations left? Unwound, Skelt, Arwand, Heis, Giel, Gravel. Huh. Alright, yeah, that's right. There's only... yeah, 3. Okay. You aren't the only one feeling the day hasn't been the most encouraging. All around you, people are looking worn out and frustrated. When the idle servant interrupts, saying it's time for everyone to go to dinner, there is as much relief as if you had all been starved the entire summit, and this is the first hope of a meal you have had. You suppose the reason these big group dinners are planned right after negotiations is to bring everyone together over proximity and food. Well, it's true there is certainly both proximity and food, there hasn't really been much unity. Or if there is, it's because everyone has a shared sense of exhaustion, and the pressure of realizing how little time there is left. You stare at your food without much appetite, playing with a pile of it with your fork before looking up to get a feel for the room. Dinner has given you no reprieve from the feeling you have had all day. Clearly, there is more going on today than is on the surface. There are disagreements and arguments, but they require pieces of a puzzle you haven't seen to fully understand. Tired of being left out and confused, you ignore what's going on and focus on the plate of food in front of you. With a sigh, you return to playing unenthusiastically with the art piece on your plate you have tentatively titled Deconstructed Dinner of Doom, until it's time to finish and return to your room. Even though you know it is just a thin piece of wood in the shape of a door that separates you from all the same people who have spent the day arguing, the ability to shut it is a relief to both you and your throbbing head. You can't help but be relieved that the negotiation portion of this summit is set to only last a week. You don't think even someone as superhumanly talented such as Jasper would be able to hold out for much longer than that. But perhaps there is more purpose for these long days than just hammering out the official treaties and alliances. Perhaps it's to make sure that despite the relative freedom, control, and new relationships you and the other delegates have had during the summit, when it's over, everyone will be ready to be done. There's a soft knock on the door before Rhea enters. here to help you get undressed for the night. While Rhea is as gentle and efficient as ever, as she helps you out of your uncomfortable formal clothes and into your soft sleepwear, you can tell something is bothering her. Not that assuming so would take a great detective. All it would take is a working pair of ears with the way she is sighing. Is something wrong, Rhea?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lady Nicole. I didn't mean to worry you. It's just...
She looks at you, forlorn again.
I guess I'm a little sad. The summit is nearly over, which means you will have to leave.
Just because the summit is over doesn't mean that our friendship has to be.
What do you mean?
Well, when I leave, you could always come with.
Eh? Do you mean it?
I'm not in the habit of offering to kidnap the help when I don't. Your maid and friend bursts into tears and throws herself into your arms for a hug.
Nicole!
For a bit, she seems incapable of doing anything but crying and calling your name. I wouldn't have offered to kidnap you if I knew it would distress you so much.
No!
She hastily pulls back and wipes her tears, a blush spreading across her face.
I was just too happy. I thought that my life was meant to be here at the Isle. But ever since I met you, I just like and admire you so much, Nicole. You're so strong and kind, and you just shine so brightly. Being able to help you at your side, I can't think of any future that is better.
Rhea smiles at you shyly.
I should go. There's so many things I will have to arrange.
Nicole should stay in the aisle. But I have to leave. I've got a nail. I've got Anna. I gotta leave with my wife, you know? You smile and send Rhea, who is practically vibrating with happiness, off. Whatever your future entails, it seems you have added one very loyal, shy maid to it. Maid to be together, you decide to bring Rhea back with you as your personal maid. There is a short, soft knock at your door. After you give your late-night visitor permission to enter, Jasper, balancing a pot of steaming tea, carefully makes his way inside.
Between how much work I know this week has been for you, and knowing that this is your second to last night here at the Isle, I thought this might help. It's a special brew that will ensure good night's rest.
Jasper bows after carefully placing a cup at your side. At first, Jasper seems ready to politely retreat, but he hesitates, watching you with a complicated gaze. Finally, his expression softens.
I, more than anyone, know how hard you have worked these past weeks. Being by your side, I have watched firsthand as you have grown and blossomed. I know how much you have been fighting for your dreams and future. So I know more than anyone that whatever you do, wherever you go, you are sure to thrive. In 2 days, I will no longer be your butler, but I will remember our time together forever. That fate or chance would bring us together, I am very grateful. Lady Nicole, it has been my honor.
Jasper gives you one deep, formal bow.
I hope your night gives you sweet respite, and your morrow grants all your wishes. Good night, Lady Nicole.
He may be wishing you a simple good night, but you can tell he's really telling you goodbye. So when he leaves the room, closing your door softly behind him, you realize that soon it really will be. After slowly finishing your final preparations for the night, you climb into bed and burrow yourself under the covers. For once, you fall asleep easily, and your dreams are peaceful.
A new day dawns.
Maybe it was the fact that you got a good night's rest, or maybe it is because you can see the light at the end of the summit, but you wake up with fresh energy and a sense of purpose. Or maybe it's just the knowledge that today, at least, there should be fewer debates and endless arguments. Today is the day that the final engagements, the 7 marriages written into the official peace treaties, are announced. While normally you don't have much of a romantic heart, anything is better than another 3 hours discussing shipping rights. Bring Jasper with too. Sally, that only works if you romance him. So it is in improved spirits that you make your way towards the meeting room. There is a small amount of discussion as people begin to fill in the room, but most of it is aimless rehashing of the previous day's discussions. The side conversations stop and all attention is turned to you as you walk in the room. It seems as if everyone has grown used to viewing you and your opinions as one of the most centrally important in these negotiations. The soft buzz of small side conversations continue as the delegates, ambassadors, and chaperones slowly filter into the room. But as if her mere presence comes with a silencing effect, the chatter stops almost instantaneously as the matchmaker strides into the center of the room. Like children afraid of being scolded, everyone hurries into their seats. After everyone is in place, the matchmaker nods solemnly at her audience.
Every summit, one day is set aside from talks of shipping and trade agreements to instead focus on agreements of a different kind. Marriage alliances. From the very birth of the summit, Katya believed that intermarriage between the powers of the different nations were essential to creating a long-lasting peace. It is why every summit works hard to produce 7 official marriage alliances. But just because we are brought here today to officially acknowledge those 7 relationships doesn't mean they are the only ones that matter. Whether they are friendship, love, or marriage, the relationships you have formed here are what Katya would say are the basis of the relationships, alliances, and agreements your generation will make. It is why I take my responsibilities here very seriously, and why we spend an entire day of negotiations acknowledging what you have done here, formed here, loved here, together. But not every relationship or marriage formed here at the summit is the same. In fact, they are all very different. Some matches might bring new connections, prestige, and even wealth.
While you aren't sure she's talking about you and Anna in particular, you can't deny there's advantages there.
While some matches may be especially timely, and some connections serve no purpose but the happiness of 2 people. But the most important thing to remember is that every relationship here is a symbol of something greater. And as such, all of you present have a greater responsibility. These relationships, whether they are an official match with my approval or not, represent more than just your future happiness. Whether you haven't found a new love and are only here to observe, or if your marriage has become a symbol of peace and alliance, we all have a responsibility now. You are not ordinary young men and young women. You are delegates to the summit. And the connections you have formed, the time you have spent, the feelings you have grown, are the seeds from which peace, cooperation, and change can sprout. But only if you take proper care of them. While we officially only focus on the 7 marriages written into the final agreements today, I hope you remember that those aren't the only relationships that matter here. The future, not only of your own happiness and legacy, but of the 7 nations themselves, are in your hands. Prove worthy.
The matchmaker skewers everyone in the room with one last piercing look.
Now then, on to why we are here today. Officially. It is time to officially write 7 marriage alliances into the accords and treaties.
One by one, the 7 official merit matches are called up with their respective ambassadors, and they are written into official documents with all 4 parties signing. Your marriage is one of the last to be made official and written in, but you don't hesitate when it's your time to sign, even knowing how official and important this makes your relationship. Anna takes the quill like it's a sword and signs her name next to yours decisively.
My Nick, it is not written in blood, but it is my promise. We are forever now, never apart, never alone, together.
The ceremony still has to continue, so after one more significant look, the pair of you return to your seats. After the last signature is down and the ambassadors have given a few more speeches, the official portion of the day is soon over. For the first and only time this week, there is finally some downtime for the delegates. Perhaps this is so that everyone can be properly rested before the very final day of negotiations, when everything is finalized. Or perhaps it is in recognition that the theme of the day would drive home how little time everyone at the summit has together before everyone, engaged or not, must leave the aisle and return to their real lives, giving people time to spend together. But whatever the reason, you find yourself with some free time for the first time all week. You were just wondering how you should spend your last night of freedom on the aisle when you spot Anna in the distance. Or it's more accurate to say that she spots you, delight racing across her face as she hurries to your side.
Nick, I am so happy to have seen you. This is perfect. So much talking, so much worryings. My head is ready to roll away from my bodies. But you, Nick, you are best things on whole isle. Let's run away together, yes, at least for a little whiles. Still grinning at you mischievously, at your agreeing nod, she takes your hand into her warm one and tugs you deeper into the hallways. Having dragged you outside, far from where anyone would think to look for you, Anna is content to stop. She is not, however, content to let go of the hand she was holding, so much so that she instantly stole your other one in hers, taking a step closer until barely a breath's whisper separates the two of you. Ah, that is much better. Skies, airs, my lovely Nick. I don't know how everyone lives like this, stuck under stone all the times, all the talkings and talkings, never the doings, never the seeings. I'm glad soon we will be back in Skald, free to roamings and breathings. Not as glad as I will be to have you with me, my wife. It most happiness of all happiness. But it might be hard for you in Skults, like hard for me here. Very different lives, very different peoples. But no beings afraid, my wife, my Nick. I will be with you all the times. I will protect you and help you. You don't have to worryings. We will protect each other, whatever comes. Anna's eye twinkles with brilliance in response to your declaration. Yesings, I likes that. Both protectings are most important wives. Is good plans. Anna studies you, her face rarely completely serious and intent. You are so brave, my darlings, Nick. Most people much fear for things of newness. Your future warrior queen and wife squeezes your hands tightly, but the touch is comforting, not violent. Skald is much newness, much strangeness for you. I will be helping much, but most will be yous, facing the hardness and the scariness. Is there anything I need to know before I move to Skald? Is weather most changing? Winter can be much coldings. Bring clothes warm and sturdies. Not much use for pretty shinies. Then be thinkings about what things you wishings to do, what life you wishings to live. Other places tell you this. Skald asks. You need to be coming's your own answer. Anna studies you intently, her expression growing softer by the second. Ah, my lovelies, Nick. I am being so happy by your sides. Sometimes I forget how little time we have knowings you. You are now such a big part of my world, like colour and sky, empty and dark without you. I am Princess much likiness for havings you, knowings you. I love you bigger than the sky, longer than the earth, greater than the storm. And that was never changings. Loving yous is forever and ever. I love you too, Anna. To eternity and back again. Aw, you are all sweetness. You make me so happiness. I will remember today forevers. It will be added to our love ballad, which will be sung for many, many years. Although usually Anna is bubbly and talkative in your presence, and your interlude so far had not been an exception, she grew quiet as she carefully studied you. Not as if something were wrong with you, but as if she was updating the carefully designed statue of you inside her heart. As she studies you, Anna has words, she does. As she studies you, her eyes, always filled with devotion and delight when seeing you, also spark with something else. She does have a lot of words. The moment of silence grew into a moment of something quite more, filled with tension and expectation. You started to breathe faster, suddenly painfully aware of the pounding of your heart. I'ma kiss her! Determined and intent, you carefully yank Anna forward into your welcoming embrace. Anna looks at you both surprised by your initiative and delighted by it, and makes no move of resistance as you lean ever closer.
Pure delight isn't enough to suitably describe the feelings of kissing your future wife. It was connection and love and care and passion, all exchanged through your lips and hold. It was a song without words, promises unspoken, and hopes for your future together. Somehow, when it was with Anna, your kiss was more than a physical act. It was something a great deal more. Aw, how romantic. But no moment, no matter how perfect, can last forever. Eventually, the pair of you reluctantly break apart. Man, I could have split this to finish next week. I should have made this. This last week takes longer than I remembered. All moments, no matter how poignant or cherished, eventually pass, and to look at the ever-darkening sky reminded you both of how many had passed tonight. With a dramatic sigh, Anna reluctantly suggested that it would be best to take you to your room for the night, knowing how important it would be for both of you to be at your best in the morning. Taking a hand and squeezing it tightly, Anna escorted you back to your door, where you said your reluctant goodbyes and she wished you a very good night, leaving you alone to your thoughts and your worries. You return to your home with a strange feeling, knowing that the space that has become both home and refuge for the past 7 weeks will no longer be yours after this last night. Suddenly everything that has become so familiar now feels strange, and it really truly hits you. Tonight is your last on the Isle. Tomorrow everything comes together, or it falls apart. Either way, everything ends. Although life at the summit has been very strange, right now it is your life outside this mysterious isle that feels unreal. And that's not even taking into account all the very real ways your life is sure to change. Despite the importance of being at your best tomorrow, your strange mood leaves you at a disadvantage during your chase of sleep. It is many hours and many racing thoughts later before your eyelids finally grow heavy and sleep is finally in your reach. The final day of the summit dawns. Dawn of the final day. Boom, boom. Despite how few hours of sleep you must have gotten, you wake up early, even before the sun has finished peeking out from the horizon. Knowing that everyone is set to sail later this evening and everyone will be busy all day, now is your chance to organize everything you are bringing back with you. So you spend the next hour sorting and packing, until all that is left is to wait for Rhea and the servants to finish the job. It is still some time before the day's final negotiations are set to begin. Too soon to leave from them in any case. When you have something important coming, it's hard for you to simply wait. Waiting awkwardly for something to begin is almost as bad as being late, and this wait can't help but feel especially torturous. Just as you are wondering how to busy yourself while you wait, there is a hesitant knock on the door. Your visitor turns out to be Princess Penelope, one of the best friends you have made at the summit. Shit, I've lost my southern accent, I think. Good morning. Shit, I want to slip into Scottish!
I do declare. Good morning, Nicole. I hope I'm not bothering you. I just woke up far too early, and my brother banished me saying sitting around would only turn my nerves into an international weapon.
Your brother's loss is my gain. I was just wondering what to do. Penelope smiles warmly at your reassurance.
Oh, good. I knew visiting you was the right decision. I feel better already.
But just as she pronounces herself in improved spirits, her face flashes distress and her eyes well up with tears.
You have been such a good friend to me, Nicole, and I like you so much. What am I going to do tomorrow when the sun is over and you are no longer just down the hall?
Then you will just have to visit me a lot. If your parents refuse, I think I can probably arrange a kidnapping. Penelope breaks into bright laughter.
Good. I will visit as much as I can. And if I start to miss you too much, I'll take you up on your kidnapping promise. Oh, but I didn't come here to cry on you. I came to make sure you knew how much your friendship has meant to me these weeks. And to make sure you knew how much I truly admire and adore you, Nicole. It hasn't been that long, but I feel like I've made my life's true friend.
Penelope blushes like a shy maiden, but pulls you into a warm hug despite her embarrassment.
Thank you for everything, Nicole. Whatever the future holds, for both of us, one thing is sure. I'm your friend forever.
Battling her own shyness and embarrassment, Penelope ducks her head.
I promised my brother I'll be back for breakfast. I'll see you at the summit meeting later.
Then she runs away like a startled rabbit, her cheeks still burning red. Aww. Cute, sweet Penelope, I love her. You're busy considering what small things you could do to spend the rest of your early morning when your thoughts are interrupted by a polite knock. As soon as you open your door, Princess Cordelia smiles at you, curtsies, and enters after you invite her in.
Good morning, Lady Nicole. I hope you will forgive my impoliteness of showing up without a previous invitation. I realize my visit shows uncharacteristic impulsiveness.
I will take it as the greatest endorsement of my unsurpassed appeal. Cordelia smiles at your teasing tone and your unsurpassed opinion of yourself.
I woke up far earlier than I had planned this morning, and while I was trying to go back to sleep, instead I found myself awash in thoughts. And what I realize is you have truly become one of my few good friends. Someone who accepts me, all of me. And that is really a blessing, one I don't intend to waste, for such things come too rarely to take for granted.
I don't take you for granted either, Cordelia. Let's bask in mutual gratitude. Cordelia makes a face at you.
You always did like to tease me. I hope whatever your plans are following the summit, keeping me as a friend is one of them.
Of course it is. It's too late to get rid of me now. Cordelia smiles brightly at you.
Good. I wouldn't have it any other way.
But what about your plans? What are you going to do after the summit? Cordelia gives you a wry look.
Assuming the summit goes well and we aren't suddenly worried about keeping our lives instead of our futures?
Yes, assuming that.
It's not a surprise you don't know. We only finalized the plans this week and it's been so busy. Crown Prince Lyle and I have come to an agreement. We are now engaged. It isn't a love match, but it is in the interest of both sides and both our nations. Prince Lyle and Princess Penelope are both very kind. I think I will be quite happy in Wellen.
Aw, I'm jealous of her. She gets to have Penelope as her sister. I'm jealous. Congratulations, then. I wish you both happiness. Cordelia smiles a little shyly.
Thank you. But I didn't come here to talk about me. I wanted to thank you. I know that it can be hard to become my friend. My father always said that if your mask is on too tight, no one can see past it to value the person underneath. It took a lot of patience and effort, but you did. And I am grateful. Whatever happens, I want you to know that I will always be your friend. Whatever dreams you have, I will be cheering you on. Whatever troubles you have, I will always listen. And if you ever need advice on the proper decorations for a dinner party, or the politest way to refuse a purser, I am only a letter away.
Before you can react, Cordelia has pulled you into a quick, shy hug.
I should go. Busy morning.
And Cordelia runs off without giving you a chance to even say goodbye. The slow walk down the endless hallways feels more solemn and final than any before. You can't help but look at the familiar statues, tapestries with extra attention, taking everything else in, maybe for the last time. When you reach the doors, you pause before opening them, taking one last look, saying goodbye to the castle and the Isle in your mind. With a final moment's hesitation, you open the doors and enter. The room is louder than it has ever been, the room practically vibrating from all the frenetic energy. It seems you aren't the only one struck by the finality of the day. And it means everyone is twice as determined to make sure that everything they have fought so hard for ends up in the final agreements. Of course, you are not excluded from the reality that this is also your last chance. Today is the culmination of everything that you have been working towards. And your last chance to witness or make history. You have been selflessly working towards a greater good for the entire negotiations. Now is your final chance to use up the influence and negotiation power that you have gathered to make sure that your efforts have been enough. Thankfully, you have managed to gather a decent amount of influence and negotiating power over this past week, and by using it, you make peace that much closer to reality. Working towards your own interests, or selflessly slaving for peace, or attempting both is relatively straightforward. The full details of the negotiation and the final treaties are anything but. The amount of things that have to be hammered out and finalized is seemingly endless. While your ability to influence them is not, there's still a chance for you to make your final efforts. You still have a fair amount of influence to spend. What would you like to use your remaining negotiating power attempting to influence? Matters concerning Rivera, let's try. Or not. Don't feel confident trying to influence any Rivera's affairs. Sculpt, I think. It's going to be my new home. Increase the chances of a positive resolution with Welland. Increase the chances. You spend your social capital in the attempt. Hopefully it will pay off. Small amount of influence to spend. You know what? My other home. Okay. Increase the chance of a positive resolution with our land. And increase the chances. Small amount of influence to spend. Oh, fuck it, a little bit of greedy. Or not. Ice or Cravel. Ice. Pause resolution. Slightly increased chances. You no longer have enough influence to change anything else. Even in spite of the endless echoing chaos that is everyone trying to say their final piece and make sure there are final amendments making in the official treaties, agreements, or official lack thereof are beginning to fall into place. In normal circumstances, you might expect the room to be filled with arguments and disagreements, with everyone fighting hard for their viewpoint to win out over everyone else. But that isn't what is happening. Even 6 weeks ago, the people in these rooms considered one another strangers, stumbling blocks, or even enemies. But with no small amount of effort on your part, somewhere along the way, things have changed. The room isn't filled with people working against each other, but working with one another. Peace doesn't seem like a failing dream anymore, but a new reality we're all creating together. But even as agreements begin to fully shape and negotiations start to finalize, you're surprised to note that the delegates and ambassadors alike haven't forgotten you. It seems your hard work to create a harmonious and effective atmosphere haven't gone unnoticed. And neither have the relationships and good opinions that you needed to accomplish it. If the beneficial agreements are anything to go by, the good feelings most people have towards you has also turned into good feelings to where you came from. And people do seem to remember not only where you are from, but where you are marrying too. It is with a historic amount of kinship and cooperation the results begin to take final shape. When the final treaties are put forward with all the appropriate clauses and sub-agreements ready for final agreement and signature, it doesn't quite feel real. In some sense, it feels like you have been arguing this room for a lifetime to get here. In others, it has been shorter than a blink of an eye. But nothing can change the fact that they are here, and with them, by the acts of you and your fellows, the shape of the world will forever be altered. The first finalized treaty is that between Heiss and Corvel. First thing that is confirmed is the official status of the marriage match between Henri and Jimin. Thanks to your earlier efforts, no one has any objections. Well, truth be told, no one seems to have any objections to any of your suggestions. Far from the distrust, hostility, and outright prejudice the delegates had against one another coming into the summit, now they are truly brothers and sisters in arms. Not only does the marriage between Henri and Jimin written into the treaty have everyone's approval, but so does their suggestion about combining the strengths of Corval and Heiss together as an official combined naval merchantry is about to be formed. This in addition to all the usual promises of a renewed 7 years of peace, cooperation, and mutual support. You have a feeling that the new era of cooperation set forward by the official treaty in front of you will truly be a legendary one. The ambassadors move towards the treaty, standing side by side in a sign of unity. They pause a moment, nod at each other with a smile on their faces, and turn back towards the treaty. Together, they are the first to sign. But they aren't the only ones. The delegates of Corval and Heiss also begin to sign the treaty. One by one by one, and then it is done. The official treaty between Corval and Heiss is in place. Of course, this doesn't mean that the delegates and ambassadors from Corval and Heiss are done. Although the relationship between Corval and Heiss was their most fraught, they still need to officially sign treaties and agreements with the other nations. And with one final stroke of the quill, the matters of Heiss and Corval are finished, at least for this summit. The next treaty to be finalized is the one between Welland and Skult. At the start of the summit, the relationship between Skult and Welland was so bad, you feared the Isle Kitchens would have to ban silverware for its use as a deadly weapon. It seems much can change over the course of a single summit. Far from their initial hostilities, now everyone seems satisfied with the new treaty and official agreement between the two nations. An agreement with all the standard promises of a renewed 7 years of peace and diplomacy. The ambassadors move together towards the treaty, their demeanor projecting a united front. Together they are the first ones to sign. I feel like by the end, they were just really rushing to get this game out. They did need 2 more full passes of the full script, because there's a lot of errors left. But I suspect they were just desperate to have it done. Yeah, like, it was, 8-9 years. So much longer than they had expected it to take. I'm guessing that, like, by the end, they were just like, we just want it fucking done. Just get it finished and out of our fucking lives. You know? Together, they are the first ones to sign, but they are far from the only ones. The delegates from Skult and Welland also come forward to sign. One by one by one. With a final flourish of the quill, the final treaty between Skult and Welland is official. Just because the diplomatic issue of their very different neighbor was the pressing issue at the summit, doesn't mean their matters are quite finished. There are still the other nations for both Skult and Welland to make official treaties with. Thanks to you, Skult has managed to gain some successions and advantage in their other agreements. And as the last signature is finished, so too are the matters of Welland and Skult. Next, the agreements between Arland and GL come to the forefront. It wasn't that long ago that the surest way to provoke an argument was to make sure someone from Arland and someone from GL was in the same room. Not only are they now able to hold entire conversations that are both civil and productive, they are even universally satisfied with the new treaty and official agreement between the two nations. Kind of like Beak Up when it's done. Yep. Once it's done. Yep. An agreement with all of the standard promises of renewed 7 years of peace and diplomacy. The ambassadors move together towards the treaty, showing their intent to cooperate as allies through actions as well as words. Together they take the first steps by being the first signatures. But more soon follow. Everyone from Arland and GL takes their turn to sign. One by one by one. Until you are the only one left. You move towards the document and sign. Your final, perhaps more important, act as a delegate of GL. As the final ink signature begins to dry, the treaty becomes official. But even so, Arland and GL aren't quite finished yet. There's still the matters of making the agreements with every other nation at the summit official as well. Thanks to you, GL has managed to gain some successions and advantage in their other agreements. And with the completion of the final agreement, so too are the affairs of Arland and GL complete, leaving only one nation with matters left to resolve. Finally, Revere remains the only one with official business remaining. Of course, you have made sure that anything to do with the Revere troubles are none of your business. The less you know about it, the better, so you simply stand back and watch as the Revere ambassador and delegates sign perfunctory peace agreements with the other nations. And as the last delegate signs the last treaty, everything that has to be said has been said, and everything that needs to be signed has been signed. Whether good for the nations or good for those who signed them, all the agreements are finalized now. As for you, you didn't even attempt to influence the agreements to your own benefit. Whatever else, you are certain that what you have done today has changed the course of history forever. You don't know how things will end up. Some things seem stable, but others. For good or bad, better or worse, it's done. The negotiations, the summit, and your time at the Isle. You stand at the docks with your luggage, watching sail after sail flutter in the unusually clear skies. One by one, the delegates board ships, headed off the Isle and back home. You too are headed back, on the ship going to GL. You will be going back home until your marriage arrangements are finalized, after which you will move to Skull to be with Anna. Until a few moments ago, Rhea was standing at your side, a nervous typhoon ready to be unleashed. At the moment, she's running back to your rooms to check for at least the 10th time that neither of you have forgotten anything. She's adorably nervous about leaving the Isle and starting her new life at your side. But, as she has assured you again and again, she may have nerves, but she has no doubts, in you or in her choice. You are staring at those moving sails, a strange sense of lethargy and a little bit of loss overwhelming your thoughts. You already said your hasty final goodbyes earlier, and shared a parting kiss with your beloved. But even so, it's hard to believe that everything is really coming to an end. Even though you are a bit distracted by your reflections, you can't help but notice Hameen and one of the Isle servants struggling to load a large trunk on his ship. For a moment, the lid lifts enough off the trunk to form a small gap. Peeking through are what you could swear are a pair of striking, dark, laughing eyes. And while you would hardly put it past Hameen to smuggle something home from the Isle, those eyes seem distinctly amused, and distinctly human. Hameen notices the gap and taps the lid closed, as he and the trunk soon disappear out of sight. I think it's, Zarad. It seems you won't get any answers as to what he is up to, at least not anytime soon. Hey, character unlocked. Okay. While distracted by your own thoughts, you suddenly can't shake the feeling you are being studied. Trying not to feel unnerved by the feeling, you look around hastily. At first, everything seems normal, most people too busy with the departures and preparations to pay much, if any, attention to you, but then you spot it. Character unlock means, starting place. Like, where, you fill out all your, you go through the pre-log, or the prologue, and choose all your stats, and then choose your origin. Means that no matter what I choose, there is a specific origin that I can choose. An unfamiliar face peering out of a distant window in the castle, watching you like you are a specimen in her scientific inquiries. There is something about the window she is peering from. It takes you a moment, but you realize the window she is looking out from belongs to the matchmaker. The whole situation is very strange, but as it's almost time for your departures, you don't think you will get any answers. Maybe if you had met this strange Isle native earlier. Or I don't know what those are. To your surprise, just before it's time for you to leave, you can just barely spot an unexpected face staring at you pensively from the castle. Cade. You haven't seen him since the murder. It's clear he is watching you, but unclear why or what thoughts are making his face seem particularly solemn. In any case, since you are moments away from returning home, it's unlikely you will ever get any answers about the mysterious Cade. At least not in this lifetime. Another character unlocked, okay? Soon your name, called loudly by an impatient sailor, jolts you out of your reverie. It's now time for you to board. Rhea rushes up at the last moment, panting from lack of breath, but making it in time to board with you. As you are the last passenger, the ship pulls away soon after you are safely on board. You stare, watching as the castle and the mysterious isle that it sits on grow smaller and smaller in the distance. Hey, Shelley. Yeah, just finishing it. Minutes away from being finally over, finished, complete, done. You can't help but remember how you felt when you first spotted the Isle all those weeks ago. It all feels like a lifetime ago, arriving at the Isle, deciding that your goal, create a history. But everything that has happened since then, and everything that has come of it. Only you can judge if you and your life and your time at the summit has been a success or failure. Or perhaps, someday, history will judge. Mom's lonely friend came over for lunch. Nice. All you know for sure is that a chapter has closed in the story of your life, and awaiting for you on the other side of the ocean, gently rocking the ship, is another chapter, and hopefully another, and another. The summit has come to an end, but the rest of your life, it is only beginning. In time, although some of your summit outcomes weren't as good as others, it would come to be known for some of the incredible things that spawned out of it. But no one then knew how history would rate your time on the Isle. The only thing you all knew for sure, while you made the long trek back to your respective homes, is that change was certain. And change things did. And so, Arland and GL entered an era of peaceful exchange. Although at their heart very little changed about or between the two nations, it was still an era known for peace and prosperity. The conflicting ideologies that seemed at increasing conflict with each other and the rest of the world were, for a time, more compatible. Peace and prosperity were ensured for another generation for Arland and GL, the purpose that the summit reached. Your efforts resulted in GL gaining many advantages during negotiations, resulting in a period of increased advantage and benefits. Although she took time to grieve and recover from the events at the summit, it was not long before you heard from Lady Estelle. She sent a wave of letters to her friends and acquaintances at the summit. You received one yourself, although you were not very close to her during your time at the summit. In it, she thanks you for your efforts at the trial, and during the summit itself. She explains she plans to live a quiet life now, but that she was grateful for all the people she met, and all the experiences at the summit. Aww. Finally, she wishes you the best and hopes that you too can find, if not happiness, then peace with everything that occurred. You're tired? I'm almost done, Buttercup. We're in the epilogue. The game's over, we're just in the epilogue. Although he was met with acclaim for his part in the successful summit, Lord Chancellor Torin Han Lyle was as inscrutable as ever. No one could tell how he felt about current affairs, or even how things ended up at the summit. Instead, all anyone ever knew about him for sure was that there was an important event happening on Arland, and even sometimes outside. Somehow the Lord Chancellor would be smack dab in the middle of it, wearing the same enigmatic smile. After returning as a chaperone from the summit, Dowager Countess Yvette retired from public service and the public eye. Instead, she dedicated herself to personal projects. The most notable of which was a record of the summit. Although the book only told a fraction of the story you personally knew, it still became one of the chief historical resources on the subject. After finishing what many would consider her last great work documenting history, the Dowager Countess faded even more from the public eye, choosing to live her last years quietly, seemingly content with everything she had accomplished. You knew enough to know the true story of her past, cause, and future were more complicated than that, but you could tell from the passion with which she wrote her last major work that, in the end, she was satisfied with her path. After the conclusion of the summit, Earl Emmett returned to his family and estates. Although he had spent his youth abroad, now as he grew into his role as Earl and as an adult man, he also had to focus on his responsibilities. It was not long until the estates that were neglected and failing thanks to the poor stewardship of his father flourished. Thanks to his traveling expertise and botanical and farming knowledge, it was not long before Emmett was able to transplant many foreign crops into the fields of his country, or county. In both rarity, usefulness, taste, and quality, the crops produced by Emmett and his people could not be beat in our lord. A kind and considerate lord, it was not long before everyone in his lands shared in the new bounty. Emmett quickly became known as lord of one of the happiest and most prosperous parts of our land. Especially as his foreign contacts soon led to a constant stream of new merchandise and foreign goods coming into the county. With his new prosperity and respect, it was not difficult for Emmett to arrange suitable, happy matches for his sisters, and to make sure his mother lived in comfort and contentment. We love a feminist king. We love a feminist king. Although Emmett rarely had the opportunity to travel thanks to his new responsibilities, he never forgot his friends and everyone he had met. He sent letters and in return got new seeds or dried flowers from all over the Seven Kingdoms. His botanical knowledge grew until he became one of the Seven Kingdoms' biggest experts. A happy life for a happy man. Minister Cato found himself out of favor after his return from the summit. It's not that he was considered to have failed, but rather his manners and ideologies became increasingly popular. When compared to you, Duke Leon, Lady Avely, and even General Fallon, his successes seemed small and insignificant. A difference that couldn't help but be an argument against his more classist beliefs. The minister did not go quietly into obscurity. He was baffled by the change in court, and protested more loudly for every perceived slight and disagreement. It was not long before he was quietly transferred to an unimportant position, far from court. His tenure as a chaperone at the summit reminded General Fallon that while he has little talent in diplomacy, he did enjoy the energy and enthusiasm of young people. So after his return to GL, he changed his focus. He retired from active duty and instead began to put all his efforts into training, teaching, and nurturing the next generation of military talents. Even as respected as he was as a general, no one expected that his true calling would be in education. Although he was strict with his students, often blunt and harsh, by ignoring his bluster, everyone knew he truly cared about his students and was doing his best to make sure they would survive any conflicts. His students would always remember his tutelage with gratitude, even as they spent their careers in a peaceful time. As for the general himself, having less responsibilities and a more regular work schedule led him to greatly improving his relationship with his family, even allowing him to develop a few hobbies. People who knew him proclaimed he was practically a different person after the summit, and the new Fallon was happy. After returning from the summit, Lady Averley only stayed in GL long enough for the formalities and preparations to be complete. Then she made her way to Corval for her wedding to Prince Zarad. Ooh, that's an interesting pairing. She would be one of the few people who could keep up with him. And he might be one of the few people who could keep up with her. Although it was only a political match, both sides took their agreement seriously. After a lavish royal wedding, Lady, now Princess, Averley, settled into her new position in the Corval court. Although it was a life of never-ending intrigue and politics, Averley thrived. Her happiness in her new situation was baffling to her competitors. Was as baffling to her competitors as it was unsurprising to the few who had gotten to know her well. As for her position in her homeland, GL was at peace and thriving, and it was in no small part due to the efforts of their delegates, among whom Averley was one of the most outstanding. Therefore, both her possession and esteem in GL, as well as that of her families, were very high. This proved especially useful for Averley, as it was easy for her to get assistance for herself and her new husband's efforts in Corval. It was not long before Averley settled in completely to her new role, quickly becoming one of the most powerful women in not only Corval but in the Seven Kingdoms, and proving her unquestionable talent for all to see. She spent her days with a mysterious half-smile on her face, but you had a feeling it was a lot more genuine than the one she had worn in GL. The amount of attention Duke Leon received upon his return from the summit to GL made him deeply uncomfortable. But it couldn't be helped. The results of the summit were successful, and this fact couldn't be separated from the efforts, however reluctant, of the Duke. The fashion of isolationism in GL grew ever more out of favor with the success of the summit, and the renewal of relations with the other 6 nations. Leon, to his great chagrin, had always been a figure that drew much attention in GL. Before that had been for his position first, youth and success second, and genius third. Now his success at the summit had given him even more of the spotlight. But rather than running from the attention entirely, his first instinct, Leon had learned enough patience at the summit to use it for something else entirely, influence to further his own goals. He helped push forward new theories, studies, inventions, and talents. With his assistance, financial and political, GL continued to thrive as the academic capital of the known world. A happy outcome for Leon in the end, even with a life that still included duties and obligations he hated. If the summit changed Leon for the better, there is also no small credit due to you. You convinced him of the importance of his involvement in the summit, an involvement that proved invaluable. No matter how much Leon disliked the process, he wasn't able to deny the results, and therefore he knew he had to apply this lesson not only to the summit, but for as long as he had the position to do so. Therefore, for the rest of his life, Leon, as bitterly reluctant to end as he was in the beginning, became a prominent figure in GL politics. He only bothered to have an opinion when it was something he deemed important for national, global, or scientific concerns, but once his attention was roused, he was dogged to the end. And not only dogged, but incorruptible. Bribes, seduction, threats, nothing worked to change his mind. He worked for what he believed was the greater good, and nothing else. As such, he selflessly helped shape many a national and international policy that put his power where his ethics were, quite concretely changing the world for the better. You tired? And I have to pee. I know I muted that time. She brought you a chocolate bunny. Aw. I like chocolate bunnies. I also got water while I was up because I finished all my sodas. Although both Heiss and Corbel had slowly changed a great deal over their time as part of the summit, nothing was as significant as the changes that swept both countries after the conclusion of your summit. Although Heiss had come a long way from their uncivilized thieving roots, they were still a nation of pirates, even if they were now honorable ones more often than not. And while Corbel now had more interest in the outside world as something other than a direct route to coin and profit, their intrigues and plots were as dangerous as ever. While the core nature, history, and culture of the two nations didn't change, many other things certainly did. Your fellow delegates, Henri and Jimin, got married to much fanfare and celebration. And although both the wedding place and their future home was Heiss, Corbel acknowledged the match, sending official representatives and chests full of gifts to the wedding. It was a wedding historic for its grandness and for the happiness of the pair involved. The new couple were a living symbol of a new era of peace, cooperation, and innovation from Heiss and Corbel. And the pair were not idle in this role. Based on agreements you painstakingly helped hammer out, a new initiative between the two nations began. Led by Henri and Jimin, a new adventure that combined the strength of both nations began. It was the birth of the Heiss-Corbel Naval Merchantry. Corbel's goods were delivered around the world, protected and delivered by Heiss's fleet of ships. Corbel's economy and trade flourished greatly, as did its culture and knowledge from all the frequent exchanges with other nations. Heiss was finally given a path that suited both their talents and inclinations for freedom, without relying on an existence that would always separate them from and earn them the ire of more civilized peoples. And so began a legendary golden age for both Heiss and Corbel. Although there were many hesitations and doubts about their new arrangements, it was not long before the naval merchantry proved itself as both very successful and very profitable. Doubts slowly began to disappear, and in their place true friendships and cooperation. An exchange that began to transform both nations as they learned more and more from one another. As their flourishing international trade brought not only wealth and prosperity, but also new ideas, knowledge, and experience with different cultures, Corbel began to grow more and more accepting. Although they never adopted freedom as a national motto in the same way as their siblings in Heiss, they did begin to respect an individual's freedom of choice and appreciate the merit of individual success, not just birth rank. As for Heiss, their arrangement left them with no shortage of new adventures and opportunities. Thanks to what they learned from their Corbel partners, they even managed to live their free and adventurous lifestyle with not just tolerance, but the appreciation of their efforts. Convincing a bunch of merchants that the Heiss Navy were making the seas safer and more prosperous for all was an easy thing, compared to a typical Corbelian intrigue, after all. It was an era of peace, development, and prosperity for all involved. A joint venture between Heiss and Corbel was even the first to send exploratory missions around the world to see what lay beyond the Great Seas, and if the world held more than 7 kingdoms. After their grand wedding, Henri and Jimin settled happily in Heiss, where they became famous for their abilities, their good relationship, and the warmth of their hospitality. To some, they were symbols of new possibilities and peace, but to everyone who knew them well, they were just good friends who reminded all those around them of the strength and beauty in true love. After the successful conclusion of the summit, many changes came to Heiss, changes which former Ambassador Captain Nike was at the forefront of. Not every pirate on Heiss was happy with the new directions, but Captain Nike knew that only by such changes could Heiss continue to be a haven for people like them. Thus she took her improved reputation and her famously silver and occasionally biting tongue into battle, doing her best to help convince the herd of rebellious cats that was Heiss's people to stand in line. It was a new challenge, but one she proved very suited for. Her efforts would prove indispensable in Heiss's new golden era, and Captain Heiss earned her place not only in the hearts of her fellow pirates, but in history itself. Something that would give the captain no small amount of pleasure. Heiss was thriving and changing like never before. Cordelia, as a major force at the summit, found herself serving as a bridge between Heiss and the outside world as it began to change. Although it was not a role Cordelia ever imagined for herself, she thrived in it, and made a place for herself, not only in her homeland, but in history. A place that not only served her well in her homeland, but when she left Heiss. Once her affairs in Heiss were settled, and she had said all her goodbyes, Cordelia traveled to marry Crown Prince Lyle in a political arrangement that suited them both. Although it was not as happy a transition as Cordelia once imagined it, she quickly settled into her new life and new role. Trying to hit the 5R. Apparently so. It was not long before all 7 kingdoms heard rumors that the excellent Princess Welland's heir had married. Or the excellent Princess Welland's heir had married. She was young but very capable. Everyone could see that one day she would be a very good queen. At times it was difficult, and she was even occasionally homesick. Cordelia felt for the first time that she truly was useful, and truly had made her own place. Her new husband and in-laws treated her well, her new country needed and respected her, and her new friends never forgot her. In the end, all the struggles were worth it. She was greatly content. Those who knew Hameen best were endlessly surprised upon his return to Heist, as if he had transformed into a new person. If before he went to the summit he was wandering and reluctant, after the summit he became full of purpose. Although his father was the leader of Heist, Hameen had previously avoided the responsibilities that had come with being his son. After the summit, Hameen not only accepted them, but blossomed into them, while never still managing to not to lose a sense of joy and mischief. As Heist began to change for the better, Hameen was an integral part, a lantern for the direction of the future and an unquestioned leader among the younger generation. This was particularly important because although the changes of Heist ensured a flourishing future, they were great, and great changes often come with reluctance. Hameen's leadership and charisma were essential in a peaceful transition to a new way of life, one that could protect the people and future of Heist without losing its history and flavor. As for Hameen himself, whether it was new friends or the difference he made, he finally let down some of his past burdens, living his life with a sense of more freedom and happiness than he had in a long time. Lady Nasira, ambassador of Corval, returned home with a great sense of relief and satisfaction. Although she was pleased by the outcome and her part of it, she was even more pleased to be free of the duty of herding cats. No, that was in many cases an insult to cats. In the end, the great struggle to bite her tongue, especially around Lord Blaine, had proved worthwhile in the end. Corval not only gained a renewed peace, but the peace itself was legendary, forming a golden age of trade, exploration, and diplomacy. Lady Nasira herself had played an important part, and her respect and importance at court surged accordingly. The history books would one day talk about her and her family, who also became one of the most successful royal merchants in the age. Lady Nasira flourished like a fish in her new international pond of success and influence. So she settled with much happiness and satisfaction into her new, flourishing life, responsibilities, and connections. Princess Jaslyn returned from the summit more pleased with herself than a peacock displaying their most ostentatious feathers. Although a true historian would be sure to note that the princess had very little to do with the renewed peace, she herself would argue that her presence, her chaperonage, and her events were vital parts of the successful summit. Praised by her royal brother and her court admirers, she returned to her life with a reinvigorated sense of gaiety and joy. Deciding that her true calling was in throwing grand social events and in matchmaking during said events, Jaslyn quickly grew busy. While her results were mixed, her reputation was not, and she thrived in her new unofficial role of royal hostess. Although she was herself far from the day-to-day changes from the legendary new peace she incidentally, helped forge, no one enjoyed the new prosperity and international exchanges and trade than Jaslyn. The princess quickly became the trend of fashion not only in Corval, but a trendsetter across the kingdoms. And although she might be considered more of a footnote than a full entry, she too would live forever in the history books. Although most of the Corval delegation returned from the summit with a triumphant mood, Lord Blaine's was foul. A lasting peace was nice, he supposed, but it was little comfort to knowing that he had failed in the single goal for which he had even bothered to attend the summit, finding a high-ranking woman and marrying her. Without such a wife to depend on, he could return to Corval and live the rest of his life on his own merits. Still, despite his personal failures, the summit was a legendary success, and Corval entered a new golden age. As a delegate of that summit, Blaine gained prestige and reputation. Eventually, he was praised enough that he began to believe that he could be a success on his own efforts. So he started a new direction in life, an international trader and fashion trendsetter. Using what connections and knowledge he gained from the summit, he managed to be quite successful in his new life, and he was much happier living off of his own success, rather than that of a hypothetical future wife or his relatives. Despite his new success, Lord Blaine never forgot his disdain for you. He often spread rumors and complaints about you wherever he went. It seemed no matter how well the summit went, you would always have a rival from it. Love you too, Blaine. Love you too. Prince Arad returned from the summit with a deep sense of relief that only those closest to him could sense. He returned to Corval with signed treaties, a renewed peace, and new allies, and while none of these were enough to truly make the Corval court tranquil, it was enough to silence the most dangerous of murmurs. Zarad felt confident for the first time he could remember that he now had the ability to not only protect those he cared about, but to protect Corval from the ambitions and cruelty among some of his brothers. And for the first time in a long time, Zarad was able to spend some of his time and energy doing nothing but living for himself. Corval was flourishing into a golden age, its relationships, contacts, and trade blossoming like the desert after a long rain. While Prince Zarad had always been skilled, he had not always been taken seriously, especially by certain members of his family in the court. Now he was recognized and appreciated, sometimes even venerated, mostly by the common people who he never forgot and often maneuvered to benefit, unlike most of the court. Although on the surface he soon returned to his role as an idle prince, Zarad's conscience never allowed him to rest for long. And neither did his father, who now looked upon him as one of his most trusted and valuable sons, making sure Zarad's life was never dull and always busy. Luckily, he was no longer alone. Lady Averley soon arrived in Corval, and the pair married in grand style. Although they were a partnership of interests and not heart, she still proved a loyal ally and able advisor for the prince. Together, Zarad settled peacefully into his new role, deeply content that his lifetime of sacrifices was enough to protect his people, and even now his ideals. After your summit, both Skult and Welland entered a peaceful era. Although the great divide between the two nations didn't get any smaller, there wasn't much dissension towards the public renewal of peace. So despite their very real differences, it became a time of harmony for the two nations. With another generation of peace ensured, the summit's purpose was reached. Your efforts resulted in Skult gaining many advantages during negotiations, resulting in a period of increased advantage and benefits. Speaker Endel returned from his time as an ambassador at the summit with a heart renewed with hope for the future. He had always believed that the best hope for his people was in finding a new understanding and peace with the outside world, so that their difference could no longer divide them. Although Speaker Endel was pleased with the peace summit had achieved, and the connections Princess Anale and the other Skult warriors had made, he knew there was still work to be done. The tapestry that made up Skult's culture had always been full of bright colors and unusual patterns. Outsiders might have difficulty finding its beauty and instead see it unpleasantly. There was much work to be done to continue the path of peace and prosperity for Skult and for its neighbors, but Speaker Endel was very happy to devote the rest of his life to this work. Welland's ambassador, Viscount Herschel, returned home to accolades and a sense of accomplishment. His job as a gentleman and ambassador was a rousing success. Welland was at peace, and relationships with his neighbors was ever growing. Confident in a job well done, he went back to his life at court, becoming more respected and appreciated than ever. Negotiations at the summit proved successful, treaties signed, peace continued, alliances and marriages forged. For many who attended the summit, this was the most fulfilling part. Not so for former chaperone Grand Duke Woodley. For him, the joy had been witnessing it all. The new generation, the negotiations, the outcomes. He returned to Welland post-summit happily enough, but for him the game never stopped, nor began with the summit, nor would it end with the new normal. Woodley threw himself back into his life of politics, diplomacy, and intrigue with the flourish and skill that lesser men could only envy, satisfied indeed with his time at the summit, but not for reasons most would be. When she first arrived at the summit, Princess Penelope wished for nothing but time to move faster, so that she could return home to Welland. By the time that time had come, and Princess Penelope returned home, she felt very differently. To her own surprise, Penelope had grown to very much enjoy her time at the summit, and the friends that she had made there. Although she was still shy and hesitant when dealing with others, Penelope was very happy to have made new connections and had new experiences. She did tend to retreat to her old habits once returning home, but at least she would always have the summit and its memories in her heart. Upon her return, the princess threw herself again into her royal duties, trying her best to not only help her people, but to help her people maintain the relationships and peace between others. Still, there was a limit to how much she could accomplish from the relative seclusion of her royal chambers. Peace suited Penelope, and her happiness could be felt by all who knew her. All she had ever wanted was happiness for those she cared about, and safety and peace for even those she didn't. So with what happiness and peace the summit had brought, Princess Penelope was happy, and at peace herself. When the Crown Prince of Welland returned home from the summit, Lyle was filled with a rare sense of satisfaction. It was difficult, hard work to be a monarch, or monarch in training, in Welland, where duty to your people was above all. The summit had been different. The summit had meant working together with people to make real change. And they had succeeded in his most important wish, the peace and improvement for the people of Welland. He also achieved a secondary goal, finding a suitable ally and life partner. While his marriage to Princess Cordelia would not be a love match, he knew they would suit as friends, partners, and eventually family. Crown Prince Lyle grew into a good leader and eventually a better king. Although his service to his crown and country required a great deal of sacrifice, as most great monarchs did, he felt it was worth it in the end to be an able and good shepherd of his people. As a crown prince, and later as a king, Lyle would receive a respected place in history. The sudden war goes on and on. The only change is ever-growing total of corpses the conflict has claimed. The bloody civil war goes on and on, with neither side gaining any real advantage or showing signs of being willing to give up. The gruesome conflict goes on for 10 years, with no end in sight. The body of Viscount Adalric was returned home to Revere with the rest of their delegates. Although the true circumstances of his murder were never formally revealed, people in Revere knew how to read in such silences. He was mourned and missed another one of Revere's troubled times' many victims. At least an innocent woman didn't join in his tragedy. Those who knew him knew he would have hated that. It had been a very strange summit for the Revere ambassador, Marchioness Iris Patricia Valentine. Not the intrigue, murders, high stakes, and blades-edge tension everywhere. That she was quite used to. But the fact that rather than be an ambassador to other nations, primarily she would have served better as an ambassador from Revere to Revere. Although she returned to a Revere filled with conflict and uncertainty, the Marchioness was prepared. She had carefully walked the balance to ensure her own ability to not only survive and thrive regardless of who was on top, and so she did. Revere was far from what it had once been, but needs must. She would find a way to happiness and security in whatever Revere she found herself in. After the summit concluded, Mrs. White prepared to leave the Isle and return to her home of Revere for the first time in a very long time. But her return to her beloved homeland was marred by conflict that grew increasingly bloody, no end in sight. No one was safe for this war, and soon Mrs. White proved it, dying to protect her charge. Perhaps she would have preferred it that way, to die before she saw what happened to Revere and all the people fighting for it. Endlessly bloody, no peace in sight. But either way, the dead don't get to choose. Only how to live, and Mrs. White chose hers. Sarah had spent what felt like an eternity locked away in the Isle, preparing for the fight that might never come. So when it did, it felt both impossible and inevitable. What didn't feel inevitable, however, was how endless it was. No side lost less, no side closer to victory, no one willing to give up, not after everything they lost and continued to lose. So Sarah was stuck, the figurehead of an endless conflict, knowing the only thing she could do was continue to face each new day unflinchingly, when unflinching was the last thing she felt. Revere became a land of endless bloodshed and loss, and she, the would-be Queen of Blood. Lord Claremont had a bad feeling all through the final negotiations at the summit. It only grew worse during the trip back to Revere. Bad as he feared things might go, the reality was worse. Much worse. Nothing had changed during the summit. No agreement had been reached. No allies recruited, on either side. But change had to come, and so conflict did. The conflict seemed endless, filled only with death, loss, and failure on both sides. Lord Claremont lost his life in one of those failures, getting horrifically wounded protecting one of his friends. Without proper medical care or time and a place to recover, he soon fell to his wounds. Although everyone who knew him knew he would never hesitate to make the same sacrifice again, he was just one of many losses that Revere would never recover from. Current Crown Prince Jared of Revere returned home in his usual mode of debatably deserved confidence, unworried by future conflicts. But it was soon proved that he should have been worried, even with his own fondness for fighting. Conflicts that never end aren't good for anyone, but especially would-be rulers. Let's play it again. Despite his vicious attempts to end any rebellion, the people grew ever unhappier with him in particular, and his family in general. And worse yet, the threat of the rebellion never ended, despite Jared's victories and the rebels' failures. What they represented remained a threat, in the dark of every corner. His family and himself would never be seen as legitimate until any opposition was crushed, but the more Jared tried, the more resistance popped up. It was incredibly frustrating, and Crown Prince Jared did not do frustrating well, nor did he react well to his popularity ever decreasing. Still, the conflict dragged on and on, with Gisette's warning in his ears that as things were, he would never have a secure rule. His future would be filled with frustration, and the need to be extra careful for assassination attempts. Under these circumstances, Jared grew more irritable and angry, leaving him in an ever-worsening cycle of self-destruction and dislike. Princess Gisette left the summit and returned home to Rivere, followed by a cloud of frustration. She knew that the current state of Rivere was tenuous, life an unlit bonfire waiting for the slightest tinder to light, but she also knew that as it stood, neither side could ensure victory. Endless, pointless conflict served no one, and not even she could change that, which is why she did her best to prevent it. But she failed. Conflict came as inevitably as the moon rose in the night. Battles without victors, war without end, losses without hope. Rivere became a portrait of futility and misery. Maybe I should have sided with her. Rivere was stuck in uneasy, endless conflict, and Gisette was in a near-constant state of failure. A result that left her very unhappy. Very unhappy indeed. Especially as there were no signs that anything would change anytime soon, leaving the princess living a life that was something close to a personal hell. After the last summit concluded, Vale Isle retreated from the rest of the world. Since the peace Katya fought so hard for had ended, so too had the Isle's agreement with her. No one heard from the Isle or its residents again, and those who tried to find it always met with failure. Soon the Isle became a place of myth, later generations debating whether such a place had existed at all. After what happened during the summit, Imogen no longer felt comfortable in service there. She left to make a new life for herself, deciding to be brave and travel. She wrote and drew everything she saw around the world, and eventually published several famous travelogues. Eventually, after she settled down, she wrote her biography, of which you played a very important role, leaving your mark in history in an unexpected way. It was strange to think about that someone who had made such a radical difference in the lives of the summit attendees would then simply disappear from them, but such was the way at the Isle, and the matchmaker was no different. Love, loss, sacrifice, alliance, failure, she had some part in them all, but would never see their endings, only their beginnings. But she was used to that. Life is a series of vignettes, players coming in and out of our stories, changing us as we change them. The matchmaker was satisfied for her small part in the background. The endings, good or ill, were on those still in the play. Rhea was nervous, but excited about starting her new life at your side. She quickly packed up her few belongings and returned home with you, ready for a new life and a new adventure with her new employer and friend. It was a strange adjustment for you, having Jasper be such an important part of your life at the summit, to never seeing him again. But like the other residents at the Isle, once the summit was over, he was essentially impossible to reach or hear from. Like his home Isle, his life was a mystery, one you only glimpsed for a very small amount of time, and then are left wondering about forever. The first thing you did after the conclusion of the summit was return home to the flourishing flowers and bright pagodas of GL. Waiting for you was a formal but cold welcome. In the eyes of the ministers and other powers that be, you had done an adequate job, but nothing worth praising in particular. Still, not having made things worse was still something they agreed required a degree of recognition and welcome. But in light of everything that had happened and your lukewarm reception, you felt even less at home in GL now than you had before the summit. After your initial return, you were summoned to discuss the summit in more detail. Everyone was quite pleased with you upon discovering the advantages you had won for GL. While many people go to the summit as a delegate hoping for their own growth or benefits, nations send delegates with a specific mission. GL was no different. You were sent to benefit your homeland, a task in which you succeeded. Your time at the summit has benefited GL, which is what was asked of you. Your homeland is moderately pleased with you. After the initial hubbub around the return of the delegate settled, it was time for your focus to return to more personal affairs. You returned home and had the most happy reunion of all, with your study. Your familiar books, envu set, calligraphy pens, inkstones, and all your other favorite accoutrements. The smell of ink and paper reminded you that you were indeed home once more. I love that. My room! My room! But even as you happily sank back into your study, toured your library, and gathered your research, you realized that something had changed since your time at the summit. The life that used to be like a soft silk blanket now felt stiff and not quite right. You could only acknowledge that you had changed since the summit. The lady you were now is not the lady you were before. Life had changed, and you with it. After you settled, you remembered you still had affairs to finish. And you had one affair in particular on your mind. Justice! You got in touch with your distant cousin, who confirmed that now you were present to testify, they were ready to arrest Lord Hine and his wife. Soon the matter was brought to trial in front of the Justice Ministry, and between your testimony and all the evidence you gathered, the verdict was easy and clear. Ambition is respected in GL, but attempted murder, poorly executed, in a way that would deeply embarrass them in front of other nations, that was unacceptable. So it wasn't long before a sentence was reached and those involved in your poisoning were sent to prison, and you were now richer with restitution and peace of mind. After the returning delegates had settled in, talk soon returned to marriage, one of the main results of the summit. When you announced your intent was Anna, the future Queen of Skuld, and holder of all your affections, you received mild interest and milder approval. Except among certain types of scholars, they requested you write back detailed anthropological papers on your experiences there, and all the detailed studies of the land and people you could produce. Fucking nerds. Fucking nerds. The request didn't stop you from focusing instead on what you needed to do. Packing, saying your goodbyes, and leaving for Anna and Skuld, following your heart. The journey to Skuld was both long and strange, filled with both nervousness and anticipation, and what was sure to be a drastically different new life. You were welcomed with literal open arms and great jubilation, with a clan celebration that lasted many days and many nights. The welcome party was nothing on your wedding. With elaborate hairstyles braided with flowers, a feast that lasted for a week, and so much laughter and hugs you never forgot that day for the rest of your life. After the final ember sputtered from the last celebratory bonfire, it was time to start the work of adapting to your new life. You found the stark differences in culture, lifestyle, and knowledge between Skuld and your former home in GL incredibly fascinating. Studying all the new things was not only interesting, but helped a great deal with your adjustment. But whether it was your arrival or your wedding, the newness quickly passed, and life returned to normal for the people of Skuld. It was a very strange new life you led in Skuld as Anna's wife and consort, very different from everything you were familiar and comfortable with. Something even someone with as little care for the traditional way of doing things as you struggled with sometimes. Even someone as independent as you struggled at first, but Anna frequently spent time at your side, helping you in those early months. The people of Skuld proved a warm, open-hearted people, and although life could be difficult and quite different, their welcome helped your adjustments greatly. You tried your best to adapt and make a place for yourself in your new home. You could tell the first thing they noticed about you was your beauty. They kept complimenting Anna on her skill in bringing you back as her bride, your look serving as a good first impression. There was naturally great difficulties at first with communication, with a language as well as cultural barrier between you. You weren't so intelligent and brilliant, you were legendary for nothing. It didn't take you long to learn enough to communicate, and eventually master all the knowledge your new life required. Thanks to your knowledge of people, after a bit of a struggle, you realized that while cultures and customs varied greatly, at their heart, people didn't. A realization that not only comforted you, but helped you greatly to adapt. They were a highly social and communal people, and they were eager to welcome you into their social circles and lives. Which didn't bother you in the least, being as social as you naturally were. But no matter what strange new custom or overly enthusiastic greeting you faced, you remained unshaken, your poise so incredible you were legendary for it. It didn't take long before you became one of the most beloved people in Skuld. Your great charm won over all your new friends, and consequently your popularity soared. Anna was thrilled at the prospect of bringing you into her life, and happily introduced you to all of her friends and daily activities, most of which were warriors and physical. Courage was one of the most necessary and valued skills for a Skuld warrior, so facing your better-than-average courage, they were pleased. More than once you were dragged into training with them. Your methodical, careful nature was perfect for following their drills and routines. Ultimately, you were deemed too compassionate to make a proper warrior. Your warm heart would serve you better elsewhere. Everyone in Skuld had a role, in work, life, and in the community. Even you as the wife of the future leader. Perhaps especially you because of that. Although your vastly different past and upbringing made many of their positions and professions impossible for you, you were uniquely suited for and even created others. Since you first arrived, you had been followed by the curious and met with endless questions, especially from the children. This naturally evolved into you being one of the main teachers for the young and inquisitive. They listened to your sensible advice while you taught them about the realities of the world. You used your great knowledge of history to give them a world-based education unlike anything anyone had learned there before. When it came to academics, you were capable. Although what you knew was very far from what they typically learned in Skuld, you were able to introduce a new academic world to your students. Under your legendarily incredible leadership, your students blossomed beautifully. You weren't just one of the tribe's many teachers, you were uniquely qualified to serve as the unofficial ambassador to all the other kingdoms, and the people of Skald were more than happy to let you take the lead on many international affairs. When you were introduced as representing Skald, jaws dropped at your incredible great etiquette, which swayed most discussions initially to your favor. Charisma, when used well, was a weapon, and one you could wield in your unofficial ambassadorial duties. And considering your charisma was legendary, the degree to which it was effective couldn't be overstated. Eloquence was a skill Skald generally left to the storytellers, but it served you well, especially considering your legendary skill. And no ambassador could do their job without political knowledge. It was Skald's fortune that your knowledge was so great. The more time you spent in Skald, the more you realized that while what they generally learned and did was different than in other kingdoms, it was no less valuable. There was much the rest of the world could learn from Skald, from the happiness of their people, to unique healing plants, to amazing stories and history. But there was also much Skald could learn, and use some of your different knowledge to serve as advisor to Anne and her mother, the Queen. Although they were great experts on matters of the animal and plant life of their home Skald, your knowledge on the subject was of use when it came to knowing what they should trade for with other countries, in addition to helping you adapt to a more nature-based lifestyle. The people of Skald were straightforward to the depths of their bones. While their blunt openness certainly had its charms, used your naturally subtle nature to help them understand the undertones and hidden meanings that were common among foreign politicians, diplomats, and merchants. Your better-than-average cunning gave you different insight that often helped Skald both in their internal and external affairs. Your better-than-average street smarts also gave you unique perspective, very different from how the people of Skald usually thought, making your advice unusually helpful. Although Skald knew a lot about fighting, they had far less academic knowledge of warfare and large-scale conflicts. Your better-than-average knowledge of the subject meant you often gave particularly useful advice. And with your legendary insight, you proved one of the wisest advisors Skald had ever seen. Although the people of Skald didn't view power the way other kingdoms did, it wasn't long before your unique position and abilities ensured that you wielded a great deal of it. A situation that your less-than-humble personality felt entirely comfortable with. Even though you were not personally ambitious, you knew the importance of your position, and you were determined to further your own interests, using all ethical means to do so. Your ability to uncover secrets was legendary, and there were few things that proved more useful in your efforts. And with your legendary ability at manipulation, there was little you couldn't achieve when you put your mind to it. As the seasons passed, and the first bloom of your new life had withered with time, your reputation grew. In Skald and without, you became famous for your abilities and character, not just your position and unusual marriage. You quickly gained a reputation as the best gift giver, with all your presents being thoughtful and perfect for the recipients. Everyone soon knew that you made most of your decisions following your head. The less romantic inclination of your nature soon became known, and fellows who were sick of romance and conversations around it often visited you as an ally. Your graceful figure as you danced around the campfire proved your natural grace was stronger than most, and you became known for it. Jesus Christ! Ultimately, you proved to be a noble person, working hard for the sake of others, a legacy neither time nor the people around you forgot. But that was far from the only legacy you left behind. Some of your later deeds and achievements remained as famous to history as you yourself. For example, you established Skald's first traveling library. Yay! Traveling library! Hell yeah! I can get behind that. Adding a love of books and knowledge, in addition to the more oral traditions to Skald culture. I am 100% in favor of traveling libraries. Hells yeah. Built upon your legendary book smarts, your library was a beacon that was treasured and spoken of with awe by scholars for generations. Your occasional practices with the warriors of Skald led to the invention of several new tactics and even a new style of fighting. Your defensive instincts were good enough to inspire new ideas, which were happily discussed for years. During your lifetime, you set up several new treaties and cultural exchanges, vastly improving Skald's relationship with the other nations. Never-ending story. It is! It just goes on. I should have made this another week. Your persuasive abilities, Jesus fucking Christ, how much is left? Were nothing short of legendary, and your efforts left its mark not only in history, but in Skald's myths and stories. You became a popular fixture among the children of Skald, and they often followed you around like a great horde of ducklings. Your likability was so great it proved unmatched for decades. You invented a new riddle game to play over the campfire, and in so doing helped sharpen the minds of many future generations. Your quick thinking was so incredible that not only did you prove a master of the game you created, but you proved a legend. You personally selected and mentored a group of promising young people, shaping the future of Skald for generations. It was hardly a surprise that your great interpersonal insight resulted in you mentoring many of Skald's most prominent future leaders, shaping the history of Skald. During your lifetime, you earned respect from your peers, but not enough to be of any particular note. Are you fucking kidding me? Long list of things I accomplished.
No particular note.
You had some good friends during your lifetime, but not enough to be especially significant. It was difficult for someone of your rank and position to avoid rivalries, but you managed this legendary feat. Essentially, everyone you met felt you were more the ally than opponent. In the end, your reputation among all 7 kingdoms and their various factions was so loud that you became a legendary figure in history, a true diplomat and popular figure. Throughout history, there were truly few people who were as well-rounded as you would become. You had so few weaknesses that it itself became legendary. You were something very few people ever saw, a master of many. You had legendary success in a great deal of ways, making your own mark in the books of what a single person can accomplish. As for your wife, while she happily considered marrying you her greatest accomplishment, she still lived her own life and made her own mark. After the summit and your return to Skald, determined to be worthy of both you and Skald, Anna threw herself into the role of Skald's next generation leader. She returned home bearing good news, new allies, and hope for lasting peace. And, most excitingly, you, her new bride. Tweaked too many skills and gave too many lavish gatherings? Apparently so, yeah. Anna was also a changed woman. Like a fine blade forged in difficulty, she had grown into herself and her abilities. Although her temper could still grow hot and impatient, she had a newfound wisdom and patience, her tolerance and empathy blossoming under your influence. As for your marriage and relationship, there was no more devoted, passionate, or caring wife than your Anna. No one could witness the two of you together without feeling a bit of wonder at how perfect you were together. Although you had your differences and misunderstandings, as every relationship does, you came out of them stronger, a pair infinitely better together than apart. Blossoming under the warmth of your care, Anna became a better version of herself, and you had never felt more secure in someone's affections and protection. Together, you were endlessly happy, fitting together and in each other's lives, like you had found the peace that had previously always been missing. A sense of wholeness and well-being neither of you had felt apart. It was clear to all who witnessed it. Your love and care was unbreakable, your romance one of legends, stories of which would be passed down in Skald for generations. Despite the fact that Anna was far and away one of the most important people in your life, she wasn't the only person you stayed in touch with from the summit. You heard often from the cheerful Earl Emmett. Jesus fucking Christ, come on! Over 5 hours now! Long detailed letters discussing his family, his estates, his various friends and acquaintances around the world, and his studies in botany. He was always ready to be a shoulder to lean on, a friendly voice to cheer you on, and a bright smile to cheer you up. Thanks to your time at the summit together, you had earned a true and loyal friend whose friendship lasted the rest of both of your days. Although his correspondence was rare and unpredictable, you retained a lifelong friendship with the brilliant Duke Leon. Every once in a while, you would receive a lengthy treatise on the latest advancements in research, allowing you to remain at the forefront of science and technology. He proved to be a loyal and caring friend, if not a garrulous or expressive one, and his friendship served you both well for the entirety of your lives. You heard often from Captain Hameen, whom you befriended at the summit. He was not the most frequent correspondent, but instead had a habit of showing up out of the blue to visit you. Well, he claimed they were visits, but usually they were excuses to drag you out on adventures. He was a loyal friend who shared laughter and mischief with for the rest of both of your days. Always at the least expected and often the most useful moments, you would hear from Prince Arad. Your friendship from the summit blossomed over the years, and you both proved an entertaining and useful friend for the other. I'm tired. Like a Final Fantasy ending, only longer. Like a Final Fantasy ending. And not one of the early Final Fantasies! We're talking like modern day Final Fantasy. Together you shared secrets, laughter, and a lovely friendship that lasted both of your lives. Occasionally you heard from Imogen, who lived a good life and always kept you in her heart as her great benefactor. And of course, Rhea remained your loyal and happy companion, a friendship that treated you both very well over the years. You had barely returned home to the summit before you received your first letter from Princess Penelope, quite noticeable both for its thickness and its extreme enthusiasm for its recipient. And her enthusiasm never waned even as the years went by. She proved an adoring and devoted friend, who couldn't help but share her happiness, of which there was a surprising amount, with those dearest to her, like you. Having Penelope in your life meant you had a never-flagging support team, cheering you on through life. And you yourself were a great support and encouragement for her, as she continued to mature and grow. Your friendship served you both well for the rest of your lives. After the summit, you often received perfectly polite invitations and letters from newly befriended Princess Cordelia. And although they seemed a bit distant, you knew that was only on the surface. In reality, Cordelia considered you a dear friend, and you were one of the few people she always felt perfectly comfortable with. You spent much of your friendship teasing her out of her prim and proper ways, and showing the grit and strength of character that marked both your friend and her loyalty to her friendship. It's less to do the voice with you one day. The pair of you made happy friends, and you spent the rest of your days in frequent contact and as delightful accomplices. It was a long journey to the end. You're telling me! No fucking kidding, it was a long journey to the end. Friends, love, danger, betrayal, mystery, tragedy, and nearly endless possibilities. You successfully navigated them all and made a life and a future all of your own. Every step, every choice yours. A fate built, brick by brick. If you had done things differently, said different things, lived a different life, maybe it would all have ended in a completely different way. And now, whether you look back at your life with regrets or contentment, it has come to its end. A book closed, your story finished. But the beautiful thing about stories? There's always a new one, ready to begin. And the credits, which are horribly coloring. Never mind you, I can barely read them. Writing, Allie Thompson. Character art, Barbara. Programming, Allie Thompson. Following music used under Creative Commons. Seen that actually. I'm on one of these screens. I'm probably somewhere in here. Maybe this one? Yeah. I'm on this screen. Squeaky Francis. The game is done, and so am I. I actually need to go do my laundry now. I need to start on my laundry. Next Saturday, we will be starting a new game. I've already forgotten the name of it. Symphonic Rain. Next week, we start in on Symphonic Rain. But for now, thank you for watching this fucking 5 goddamn hours. Ugh. I do not like going 5 hours. Ugh. I forgot how long the last week of the summit is. For some reason, I was thinking, like, oh, we can blow through the last week of the summit in, like, an hour. For some reason, I was thinking, like, we might reach 3 hours. I was thinking, like, we'll probably hit, like, 3 hours. But Jesus fucking Christ, the epilogue was, like, 2 fucking hours. An hour just for the fucking epilogue. Christ. Oh, son of a bitch!
It is so lovely spending time with you, Nicole. Somehow, without me even realizing, you have become one of my favorite people. It's strange, isn't it? Friendship, knowing someone will always accept you and hope for your best. I feel quite lucky, actually, to have you in my life, and you somehow make everything better. I'm really grateful that you took the effort to get to know me. You are really a most excellent person, and even better friend. Our time together always passes so quickly. I hope we get to talk again soon.
Nick, there's you are. I am most happiness to find you. It has been forever since we were together. When you frown at me, your nose crinkles most adorables. I know we just ate together at sunrise, but I miss you all the times when we are apart. I love you, Nick, more than the wind, the sky, and the sun. Sometimes I can't believe I got so lucky. The world with you in it is a world full of wonder, delight, and colors. The day I first saw you, I knew that everything was going to change. I just didn't know what that changing was going to mean for me, for us. You could have chosen anyone, but you saw me too. Chose me. And now everything is different. Good different. Better different. But also scary different. Because I don't know what I would do if you were gone. I'm not just me anymore. I'm us. Us is the best thing I've ever been. I don't know if I can go back to being is. I don't want to. You are my future, my heart, my happiness, Nick. I love you more than words. Bang. There we fucking go. Yeah, so some bonuses. Things that, Alright. Bye. See you all tomorrow. For a 2-hour stream. I'm only doing 2 hours tomorrow. Tomorrow's regular. Good night.